Hi, I'm Lieutenant Kelly Byrne, Supervisor of the Public Safety Section for the Bureau of Sanitation within the Office of Public Safety in the City of LA. Our public safety officers protect the water treatment plants in 4 different areas of Los Angeles. Hyperion, which is one of the largest in the world, Tillman in the West Valley District, LAG east of Griffith Park, and Terminal Island. Our public safety officers are specially trained in the latest technology in both Homeland Security and mutual aid, and they check in over 3 million visitors a year.
We can make a notification. We have security on site.
Basically, we got a call of a group that was possibly fighting here in the park, in the Ferndale area of Griffith Park. So when we responded, we saw a group of about 8 or so that were yelling, cussing, but they were going to start fighting. Got another unit or 2 over here, grabbed as many of them that we could, separated them. Come to find out they're all family members and they're having some kind of family dispute. And once we kind of separate them, although they weren't real cooperative, they calmed down. We ran them and none of them had any warrants. So they were all cited for challenging the fight in public and they were sent on their way.
Los Angeles Zoo is owned and operated by the City of Los Angeles. The Office of Public Safety provides security services, which employs part-time and full-time officers. Our officers patrol on foot, vehicle, carts, and bike patrol. We provide security services for 1.5 million patrons a year.
I think it's going to be okay. We're going to fix you up right here.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Good job.
You guys are great.
What we monitor here on these cameras is our CCTV cameras. We have the parking lots, as you can see there. We have our service entrance in the back, and there's other multiple locations throughout the zoo. We have the exit entry point there where we monitor for lost children and any other activities that we receive calls for.
Roger, I'm just checking if the car keys left on top of a green Toyota Camry.
Copy 5, Robert, Victor 703, green Toyota Camry.
Although the OPS officers provide a high visibility presence in the zoo parking lot, visitors are advised to secure all valuables and keep them out of view. The Office of Public Safety maintains responsibility for the nightly closure of over 80 city parks. Security officers clear and remove persons and vehicles from parks after hours.
The purpose of the gate closure program is to deter after-hour criminal activity. Officers secure these parks each evening. Most city parks are closed at 10:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. Others are closed from sunset to sunrise. This program has resulted in improved park safety.
The OPS provides services to Camp Hollywood Land in Bronson Canyon Park, Los Angeles Center for Enriched Studies, and soccer fields in San Fernando Valley as well as Griffith Park.
The Office of Public Safety provides security services for the library department. We respond 24/7 to the 71 libraries from Van Nuys to San Pedro.
1800 Roger Westwood.
We do have problem patrons. We have bad situations, not bad people. And we try to ensure that everyone's safe when they use the internet, the e-media, or just checking out books.
But today he was out there trying to get involved in this wedding we have out here.
Hey, go. How you feeling? Why are you drunk again? Lean against the wall. Lean against the wall. Sí, vamos. He's okay. Vamos. ¿Quiere ir al hospital? Sí, vamos al hospital. Hey, my friend, why you? This is your friend. Let's go sit him down over there, son.
There was a wedding going on, and he was interfering, wanted to get involved. He was staggering, so we just monitored him for a while, and anyway, he went to sleep. We tried to wake him up to get him on his way. He refused, so we ended up taking him into custody, and this is where we are right now. He's being detained right now, and most likely he's going to probably be transported to the hospital for being intoxicated. So that's about it right now.
Los Angeles Police Academy is truly reflective of the city's historic yet contemporary spirit. The General Services Police is proud to train their police recruits at these facilities.
And the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of California. And the Constitution of the State of California. Against all enemies. Against all enemies. Foreign and domestic.
The Academy is approximately 6 months in length and demands high physical fitness, including cardiovascular and strength training, academic ability and POST, learning state laws, weapons training, defense tactics, and emergency driving and report writing.
General Services Officer here at LAPD's Academy is a great privilege for me because I get to work with other officers ranging from 7 years to 30 plus years experience, which allows me to become a better officer, pushing that upon other recruits who are about to go out in the street and be patrolling in this fine city. And they look towards me for guidance and leadership, and I would know exactly how to gear them towards becoming that correct officer when they go out patrolling the street.
To become a GSD police officer, the minimum requirements are: you have to be at least 21 years of age at the time of hire, have graduated from a high school or equivalent, a valid driver's license, and be a U.S. citizen.
So I'm very happy to be where I am right now. I'm graduating and joining the General Services Police Department. Overall, it's a great experience, a great class, really great instructors. It's pretty much the whole experience. It was new for me. I've never been in any military or anything like that, so it's kind of paramilitary, and it taught me a lot. It taught me a lot of respect, taught me a lot of discipline, and just many things as far as firearms, tactics, grappling, law. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Good to have you on there. Very excited for you. All right, good.
Currently, we train, obviously, the Los Angeles Police, members of the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles World Airport Police, Los Angeles Port Police, and Department of General Services. We've integrated all of those agencies into our classes. We work hard to make sure we're at the forefront of all law enforcement and training. In the state of California, we are the leading agency when it comes to training.
I'm on week 16. I have 8 weeks to go to graduate, to start my new career in law enforcement. Something I've been wanting to do forever, especially right now with the recession. I'm happy to have a job right now, and really excited to start being a police officer with General Services.
I'm Kevin Regan, Assistant General Manager with the Department of Recreation and Parks. We really appreciate all the work that the Office of Public Safety does to keep our city employees and the public safe while visiting and working in public parks. I'm here today at the Office of Public Safety to go to a meeting to talk about both security and law enforcement issues in our parks and determine how we can better serve the community.
Pull a guy over, we run the plates, and the plate came back to a warrant. So that just gave us extra information on who we're dealing with before we light the guy up and do the traffic stop.
If they don't have a warrant, if they don't have a warrant, that I know that they don't have a warrant.
Yeah, never got a ticket or anything? Don't be running your mouth, because I don't want to take you in, because I don't want your wife to be with our husband today, all right? So just go with the program. We have things that we have to do, and they're going to get done.
Yeah, it's marijuana. It's about, well, the baggie, when it was full, it was about a $10 baggie. Now it's about $5. So it's good enough for one joint. Get them high for a little bit, a few hours. People out of the car, there's 6 of them, so I request an additional unit because there's too many of them. And then at the same time, I look to the right and I see the family coming over, so there's quite a few family members. So the driver doesn't have a license, so we're going to cite him for driving without a license. The car we're not going to impound it because the owner is here and he's got a valid license. And the passenger has some marijuana, and we're going to cite him for that.
It's carrot, vitamin A for your eyes. In this case,
Smoke pipe, homemade smoke pipe, narco paraphernalia.
20 for FCA for traffic. Bail amount is $5,000 out of San Bernardino.
I would like to report my parking pass being lost.
You have your city ID with you?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd you lose your parking permit?
In my car.
I think it's good that they make you fill out a report because anybody can pick it up and just start parking because you don't want it to fall into the hands of a criminal and then therefore cars may be breaking into. So appreciate that. It makes it really official. So thank you for what you're doing.
My pleasure. This is what we're here for.
Thank you.
After you complete the training at LAPD Academy, General Services Police will provide in-house training. We'll send our police officers to active shooter training, high felony traffic stops, firearms and impact weapons training, and a variety of others.
Office of Public Safety, City Hall East, Arroyo, how can I help you?
I'm Deputy City Attorney Vivian Swanigan with the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office. The Office of Public Safety works diligently with the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office to provide protection for city employees and members of the public alike. OPS officers work closely with both the criminal and the civil side of our office, working with our neighborhood prosecutors and other prosecutors in our criminal branch, as well as with the labor and employment lawyers in our civil side, to protect both citizens and city employees.
Finance and accounting, this is Jasmine.
Jasmine,
I told you to stop calling me. Stop calling me.
come outside right now. I'll need to talk to you now.
Stop calling me at work.
Think I'm stupid? I know what you did last night.
James, stop. Don't ever call me again.
You're gonna see what's gonna happen.
Was that him again?
What do you think?
This is really starting to get out of hand. You know what? I'm calling Office of Public
I told
Safety.
you to stop calling.
I know. We need to get General Services Police involved.
Thank you. No problem, ma'am. General Services Police, we're here to help.
One of the many functions of OPS is to ensure the safety of our city workplaces and guard against workplace violence.
The Office of Public Safety administers professional contract security services to various city sites. These services provide variable coverage options catered to the unique facility or event needs. An OPS security liaison officer is assigned to ensure that the contracted services meet or exceed the city standards. The Los Angeles Convention Center is host to a variety of national and international events, ranging from renowned conventions to local community forums and programs. This venue provides a dynamic environment and requires unique security and police services from the OPS.
As a security officer here at the Convention Center, we provide public safety for the clients and the visitors that visit here, also for the employees that work here. I like this job because I love helping people. I love the idea of being able to solve somebody's problem when they come to me.
The Office of Public Safety is actively involved in providing police resources for special events throughout the city, partnering with the Los Angeles Police and Fire Departments, as well as other federal, state, and local public safety agencies.
Your location.
In addition, the Office of Public Safety responds to major critical incidents in the city, such as the large wildfires in city regional parks and other large-scale emergencies.
Don't bust your fingers. Relax, relax.
Hey! I've been trying to do
Any drogas?
No.
drogas? No. I'll probably have some burned DVDs, illegal DVDs or stuff like that to sell in the park. Illegal DVDs. They're selling them in the park.
quite a few, and not the good kind, not to release the kids in the neighborhood.
Caught the subject selling the pornographic DVDs right here next to the park. We saw this driver coming down the residential street about 40 miles an hour. They stopped him, and after contacting him, we found out he does not have a driver's license, and his car just got out of impound last week for driving without a license, so he's going to get another ticket tonight.
2869, 2869, 415 man with a gun, Overlook Park, 5217 Flower Road in the parking lot. Suspect 1 male Hispanic, 18 years old, wearing all black. Suspect number 2 male Hispanic, 23 years old, wearing tan flannel shirt, blue bandana, armed with a handgun in the waistband. 2869, respond code 3.
2L22 shows code 6, lot 9, Griffin Park. Park gun. 417 man with a gun. Griffin Park. Head up, Green Trail. 417 man with a gun. Lot 9, Griffin Park. Freeze! Put your hands up! Slowly turn around! Continue turning around! If you reach for the weapon, you will be shot! Stop! Slowly come down to your knees! Put your hands in front of you. Slowly come down to your stomach. Do not reach for the weapon. Hands to your side. Spread your feet.
The OPS provides police and security services to critical city sites, including high-profile police assignments such as for the city attorney, the office of the treasurer, and the mayor's offices.
I'm Officer K. I'm assigned to the mayor's post today. There is a police officer assigned to this post every day, and our primary function is to keep unauthorized visitors and unauthorized personnel out of the office itself.
The Office of Public Safety jurisdiction covers 470 square miles. Safety at all the city sites is the #1 priority. The Office of Public Safety strives to ensure that everyone has a positive experience while visiting the city and its attractions. Technology has become an integral part of the safety and security of Los Angeles. The Office of Public Safety is responsible for ensuring that the city has effective technology that provides a safe environment for the citizens of Los Angeles.
Yeah, on May 1st, we're going to be working with LAPD, Fire Department, the FBI, and all the other local government agencies regarding the rallies and marches that will be taking place here in downtown. So we can plan, to ensure that everybody has a right to come and assemble for their free speech rights.
The GSD Office of Public Safety is overseen by the Public Safety Oversight Committee, which is comprised of a commissioner representing each of the 5 customer departments. In addition to the Oversight Committee, OPS is overseen by the Police Commission. With the involvement of city employees and the community, the Office of Public Safety takes an active role in identifying, reducing, eliminating, and preventing problems that impact the safety and order of our city facilities.
is so much of who we are. It's easy to take it for granted. Multiple sclerosis stops people from moving. We exist to make sure it doesn't. The National Multiple Sclerosis Society is a collective of passionate individuals united by a common goal to address the challenges of each person whose life is affected by MS. We believe that moving is not just something you can or can't do, but rather is who you are. That if you are alive, you move along with, because of, and in spite of the great big turning world. Join the movement, the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, at nationalmssociety.org.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Council. Today is Tuesday, September 1st. Council meets 3 times a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. All meetings are open to the public. For those who cannot make it to City Hall, meetings are televised via cable, Channel 35, and can be viewed by visiting our website, www.lacity.org, or at council phone 213-621-CITY, C-I-T-Y. I'm Councilmember Dennis Zine, and joining me this morning are Councilmember Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Koretz, Parks, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, and that is our quorum. If you'd like to be heard on an item listed on today's agenda or general public comment for items not on the agenda but under our jurisdiction, you can fill out a speaker card available at the back of the council chamber or in Van Nuys City Hall or in San Pedro City Hall. And Mr. Clerk, please call the meeting to order.
Alec.
Meeting is now in session. We ready? Okay.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First item of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Councilmember Smith, second by Mr. Parks.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Councilmember Rosendahl, seconded by Ms. Hahn.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday and there's a flag salute.
Mr. Koretz, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All please stand in the chambers. Please stand.
Please put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Something? Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, would you like to go through the agenda first?
We sure would, and I know it's a lengthy agenda today.
It is. First item on the agenda is an item notice for public hearing, and there is a card on that.
Call number 1 special.
Item 2 is an ordinance notice for public hearing, and there's also a card on that one.
All special.
Items 3 through 5 are street lighting districts notice for public hearing. Council should continue the hearings and present the ordinances on September 22nd.
Without objection, that'll be the directive.
Items 6 through 11 are street lighting ordinances notice for public hearing. There is a card on number 10, and there should be 12 members today. Do you wish to hold all those?
Yes. Hold those items.
Next set of items, items 12 through 50 are items for which public hearings have been held. On item 47, there is a request to continue that matter to September 22nd.
Without objection, continue that matter.
And on item 50, there is a request to refer that matter back to the Plum Committee.
Without objection, back to Plum.
I would leave the remaining items in that section.
Hold number 17 on the desk. Are there any specials on the ones that we've covered? Ms. Hahn?
Never mind.
Okay. Any specials, colleagues? Open the roll on remaining items.
Mr. President, for clarification, on item 46, I believe you wanted to deny the applications on A, C, and D.
Yes. My direction, deny those, please. Remaining items? Mr. Parks, specials?
Forthwith on 16th after the approval.
On what number?
Number 16.
Number 16, number 16 forthwith. And number 22 forthwith. All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Labange. That's no other questions. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Clerk, continue.
Items 51 through 102 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. Items 51 and 52 are commission appointments. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Please hold those on the desk.
And there are cards on items in that section.
Although with the cards, hold those matters for special.
For the
Mr.
record,
Rosendahl, you have a question?
101 special.
We're not there yet, but we will arrive shortly. We're at 101. Mr. Rosendahl's 101 special.
Mr. President, for the record, the cards are on items 55, 57, 58, 79, 82, and 88.
All special on those?
And I believe there's a request to
And 101 for Mr. Rosendahl.
call 91 special for Mr. Alarcon.
84th forthwith? Okay, 84th forthwith. Ms. Hahn?
58.
58?
Oh, yeah, 58.
58 special, Ms. Hahn. Any other specials? Open the roll on remaining items. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Mr. Labange?
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, we had a committee meeting on arts and parks this morning.
Yes, sir.
We'll be joined shortly by Mr. Reyes and Mr. Wesson. If they have any specials, or if I find any specials, I'd like to add them to it. We had a lengthy hearing. I appreciate the courtesy.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bonds. Their staff members are here. If there's any specials, they would bring it to another council member, and I don't think they've done that. But if they do, we could reopen those if necessary. Mr. Clerk, continue, please.
That would take care of the items called special. Would you like to go back to public comment?
Let's do public comment. And our public comment, our first speaker is Dr. Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, where are you, doctor? There you are. The doctor's running up to the microphone. And now he's jogging. Now he's a full sprint. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. We just had a hearing in the Energy and Environment for ECAF. What is ECAF? ECAF will be the subprime debacle for DWP. Why? Nobody seems to understand it. It was originally intended to be just a small portion raise that would be non-discretionary onto the top of the rates, which are approved by the voters. However, with the ECAF as it is proposed, we're going to have a major escalator built into the system, somewhat like a balloon payment. And we don't know where it's going. It's going to be tied to AA bond ratings. Well, the subprime was tied to AAA bond ratings, so it's not even going to be as good as the subprime mortgages. Are we mortgaging our future? I believe so. All bonds have to have a 20 to 50-year payback period, and you have to do due diligence and provide enough information, understandable, so that people can understand what they're going to get, what they're going to pay for. Right now, DWP has a bait-and-switch attitude and approach. Outreach is non-existent. So I would highly recommend that tomorrow you vote down the ECAF and actually increase the tier structure to make meaningful conservation of our natural resources and our environment. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you, and welcome back to council. Sean Murphy.
Yes, welcome back, council, and welcome me back too. I was on a summer break too. Hope you enjoyed your break. Listen, I have here two choices I'm going to be voting for. I think they represent the Valley well. They're both businessman and business lady. Christine Etzel will probably make it as city council. She knows what she's doing, and I hope whoever wins CD2 do a good job. Wendy did a good job. I miss her. I'm sorry she's city controller, and my condolences to the people who lost their homes in the fires. It's really, really, really awful. The smoke it's not getting any better. I hope they don't have any damage to their homes. My condolences to them, and also send my condolences to Ted Kennedy. I'm sorry he's gone. He did a wonderful job in Washington, D.C., and I'm sorry I haven't been here in quite a while, 90 days. It's been since June 16th. Give me some time. I like, whoever wins city council, I'd like them to fix Laurel Canyon Boulevard. The streets are cracked. One has a big One has a big hole. A car, it'll hurt the tires and the cars. Try to get it done. Whoever wins September 22nd, 4 weeks away, folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sky Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
I'm Sky Anderson. I'm a resident of Hollywood. I'm going to give a depiction of my life and my experience with the city council here. At one point in my life, I was drinking a gallon of wine every night, smoking 3 packs of cigarettes, which I'd done for over 20 years, taking every drug I could get, and they told me I had cancer of the bladder and I was probably going to die. I got down on my knees and I surrendered completely to God. I said, God, you do anything you want with me because I don't deserve anything. Put me in hell if you want to. Put me in purgatory. I don't deserve anything. Within 2 months, the cancer was cured. I quit smoking. My desire to drink pretty much left. My experience with the city council is sometimes good, sometimes bad. I got thrown out of here, but Mr. LeBon and Mr. Rosendahl told the guard they should let me back in, and I'm still here. Mr. Jim Hahn was a great mayor. He gave us the 311 system for people calling City Hall. He gave us the neighborhood council. But he wasn't a politician. He was just a man who cared deeply about the public. Mr. Hahn listened to the people. Sometimes his staff would return my phone calls. I've been working with Mr. Garcetti for 10 years, and not once has his staff ever returned a phone call. Anyway, I told Mr. Hahn that I had a press release accusing him of treason because he wouldn't do anything about drugs and gangs. He got rid of that current police chief, and he got a new police chief, Mr. Broughton, who's doing something about drugs and gangs. So even though I have that press release, if anybody wants to look at it, I didn't send it because I didn't have to, because Mr. Hahn cared enough about the people to get a police chief who would do something about innocent children being killed by gangs. Sometimes I have a very powerful effect with small things I do. I don't know. You guys have to win an election. You have to have a lot of money to do that. And who gives you the money? Wall Street, large corporations, rich people. And that's who you cater to. The Republic happened to be here. The one thing, Wednesday City Council meeting is being sabotaged by you people. Thank you.
To the San Fernando Valley, Donna Pearman. In the San Fernando Valley.
This is Donna Perriman. I missed Mr. Garcetti, probably playing mayor. And Mr. Rosendahl, I'm glad you're back. We had something in common. I had a double hernia at age 5. Anyway, it's not right not to honor the city employee's contract. I want to tell Sally Choi, a contract is a contract. 22,000 members of coalition voted for it. A contract is a contract. You can't break it. And city council approved it. You can't back down. It's a done deal. How dare you, when the state official staff got a 10% raise, we might, the city employees might soon get that, city and state employees who don't get their cost of living increased regularly. We're sending a new class of poor people who didn't get their CPI, and these people who hurts the economy because they don't have the money to spend. And like the DWP gets. DWP is the highest paid in the city employees. You have the highest management. Some get $100,000 alone on retirement. A lot more than coalition workers. And some of these highest paid commissioners are civil service exempt. City employees have a right to their cost of living. And if you give all those hardship exemptions to the marijuana dispensaries, who it would be good for them to pay some form of tax revenue because we need the money. You can't do this to the city employees. And let's see, what was that? Oh, yeah, these city employees, you can't just see it as a cost, that it costs the money. You have to remember they give a service, which is a lot more, seems to me, than even in the city council, who seems some days to just do a come in and approve everything. And then, of course, you have the CRA. Of course, I didn't forget about them, stealing our tax increment money, making us broke in the first place. If we put a thing down on the CRA, then
thank you, ma'am.
Be in trouble. Bye.
Thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Rick Nightingale in the Valley. Rick Nightingale.
Yeah, good morning, Rick Nightingale. You know, my little speech here is on infrastructure. I was watching a program yesterday on TV, and it's unbelievable how our infrastructure, our bridges, our roads, and everything are just terrible. Well, we were taking 30% of the taxpayers' money in Washington and so forth and building it way back in the 30s and the 40s and building our bridges and so forth. And they say they give them roughly 50 years. Well, they're all overdue. And just look at, thank God that we don't have all the humidity like back east does that rots out the concrete and so forth, what it does. But our roads are terrible and theirs are worse back there than ever. It's just unbelievable. And like I'm going back to saying, this is your job. This is your job to turn around and take care of things. Our roads are terrible. Thank God our bridges aren't as bad as theirs, but our roads are because we have a lot more traffic. I can't even drive my Corvette down the road. I have to pick what roads to go on because they are so bad that you just can't drive on them. And this is your fault. Because you take all this money in the CRA and so forth, and you give it to all, I hate to say it, to the needy and the homeless and so forth, but what about the people that pay the money? The people that turn around and work hard all their lives, to the average person, and what do we get out of this? We don't get any write-offs hardly because we don't make enough money and so forth to get enough money back. Where the rich people, yeah, they donate this money and they're all heroes and all that, but they get to write this stuff off. And we don't. And the poor people, I hate to say, they don't even pay anything because they get it all back because they didn't pay hardly anything. But we get it. And it's up to you to maintain these roads and bridges and so forth, and you're not. You get an F, a complete F. And that's what's happened in the state of California. Thank you.
Zumadog in Van Nuys. Mr. Zumadog.
Yes, thank you, City of Los Angeles. So good to be back in council chambers. And I'd like to say that there is a city council election, and I'd like Sean to know that Zumadog is on the ballot along with those other people with flashy campaign flyers and all the controversy surrounding them. So September 22nd, I'd like to urge the citizens of Los Angeles to please vote for David Salzberg. That's me, Zumadog. It's on the ballot both ways. Now, I was having an interview with the Daily News yesterday, and something I realized, I was talking about my career history, and they're like, oh, yeah, you know, something, Zumadog, we really don't know anything about you besides outside chambers. And I realized that, yeah, there's a lot of people watching that say, we like what this guy has to say. Wow, he showed up every day. He represents the voice of the people. But what does he know about anything else? So I'd like the people at home to know that my career includes about 15 years I worked in the radio and record industry, some of the top corporations in America, broadcast corporations, and I went from Columbus, Ohio, throughout the country, all the way up to New York City, where I ended up in a Times Square skyscraper. And I'd just like to say that I have had experience managing and operating huge radio stations with big staffs that I was responsible for, $100,000 budgets for these, all types of things. And I like to say to the people, gee, Zumadog, we don't know about this guy. You don't make it from Columbus, Ohio, all the way to the top of the corporate ladder in a competitive industry like the radio and record industry unless you are managing staffs, unless you are producing results, unless you are just creating such a pride and joy in your work environment that they keep hiring you up and up the ladder. Because if you're not easy to work with, if you can't motivate and inspire people, it doesn't matter what you know if you can't get the product through the door. And if I was not producing phenomenal results, I would have been next in Columbus and I never would have made it up the ladder. So I'd like to say I've got more work experience and city council history than anyone else on the ballot. The people of CD2 deserve Zumadog.
Armando Herman, back here at City Hall. Mr. Armando Herman, good morning. Can we get some quiet on the side, please, in the chambers? It's difficult to hear the speakers. Thank you. Mr. Herman.
Council members, thank you for having me here this morning. Why are so many improper consultant schemes taking place in Los Angeles? The unquestionable deception, induce, or the persuasion of falsifying on bogus consulting contracts? Imagine, for example, trying to take or accept funds that do not belong to you. Fraud is the most disgraceful of disgrace of individuals who do not adapt to reasonable regulations. The city's financial troubles are getting worse along with outside troubles. And improper schemes, again, improper schemes, Mr. Reyes, thank you, those are harmful. Do you agree or disagree? Do you agree or disagree? Is there a solution? Is there transparency among the public officials that their action is accountable and their integrity is for the public's interest to correct any violations of the city ethics? Where's city ethics today? It's so disgusting. I read the paper daily, and not by choice, but to learn and continue learning, to find out things that are happening not just in Los Angeles or in other cities, but here within my community. As a personal friend to some of you, and maybe to others who dislike me, as I was told, I invite you anytime to City Hall and question me among my peers to make the statements you make, Mr. Leon, where you may be, or I can see you. So here I am today, and all I ask is that please do not allow these schemes to go on in Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Hunt, please. Matt Hunt. Excuse me, Michael Hunt.
I want to thank you guys. Guy in the KKK suit wasn't me, but you guys are now live on YouTube on KKK Confronts LAPD with the ACLU, thanks to Alicon and thanks to the president, Garcetti. You guys are now under review by the ACLU and the National Lawyer Guilds, along with another 50-page lawsuit that will be filed next week concerning what we do, and it's protected. If we're able to do it over in the Police Commission forum, which is the same public forum, we're able to do it here in City Council. There's no difference. I just want to say thank you guys for making me rich, because I truly understand the law and what it entails. Vandenberg said words, KKK, and its outfit cannot be censorship. I think that you guys need to really understand, the 11th District don't really understand. We tried to set up conferences to mitigate, but you guys didn't. I left you guys a true article before we go on 60 Minutes. Black man as a Klansman, and this is the true story. The city owes me. They treated me differently. I filed the same lawsuit that was given to me by a white attorney. She got paid and we didn't. That is racism. That Klan outfit is protected. You can go on YouTube, KKK Confronts LAPD 1 and 2, and see the truth. Alicon sticks his foot in his mouth, and President Garcetti does too. But you can actually go online and see it. Like I said, we're getting ready to do 60 Minutes as well. I suggest you guys clean up the real First Amendment in here. We're performers and actors from Venice Beach.
Mr. Alicon.
Mr. President, I just want to say for the record that when people take advantage of civil rights to profit, it's a disgrace. And the taxpayers of the city of Los Angeles are paying because people like this are ripping them off under the guise of civil rights.
Thank you, Mr. Alicon. Matt Dowd.
I'll tell you who's ripping off the city. People who put a bunch of money into a children's museum and then it goes belly up. That's who's ripping off the city. And all the other scams that you're involved in with Jack Weiss and the mayor and Weatherly Capital and everything that brought the city down and ripped off all the pension money. Now you need to tell Janice Hahn right now to take a hold of Bill's district like you have to with some of his other issues, because this is really out of control. I got a bunch of plaintiffs now. Guess what they did? Your attorneys made an inextricably intertwined zone on the boardwalk. 100 spaces, but no guidelines for the police again. And that's how Michael Hunt got paid. If you read the decisions, inextricably intertwined 2004 is vague. The ordinance is void because there's no guidelines to control the enforcing authority. And guess what? Go on the website, look up the ordinance, and yes, inextricably intertwined with the message of the vendor. But no guidelines again. Here it is. I already started writing it up. I got a bunch of plaintiffs. I got you on ample alternative because you got all the performers there. All the street performers are jammed into like 5 spaces, and you're letting people with jewelry and all kind of stuff that's meant to be intertwined, but you don't have a standard, take in all the spots. It's a gimme. So I'm just here to say I did come to mitigate, because that's what your attorneys try to pull in federal court. Oh, what did you do to mitigate? Well, I came here and did everything legally possible to avoid taking another couple of million for everybody. Everybody on the boardwalk's valid if I hand him this paperwork, because I'm quoting the judge who ruled for Michael Hunt. He ruled. You're sending a check for $471,000 to the federal court right now as a bond.
Thank you. Ziggy, looks like Cruz. Ziggy Cruz. Is that correct on the name? Thank you.
Finally, thank you. Good morning, council members. I'm Ziggy Cruz. I'm a resident in Hollywood, and as you might know, the Hollywood community has lived with dilapidated structures on Western Avenue, just north of Hollywood Boulevard, for a number of years. You probably also know that these properties are owned by CIM Group. That's the same company that you just gave the blessing to gave them a $30 million hot loan to renovate the Kodak Theater. CIM Group started, finally, with the demolition of the properties, the rundown buildings on Western Avenue. Those buildings were homes for drug dealers, prostitutions, and squatters. The neighbors next door felt unsafe. There were stabbings numerous times. There were police reports nonstop. And yet it took the community and a camera crew to get the city's attention to finally get this done. HNN TV put it up on YouTube a couple of weeks ago, and ever since then, this has been brought up in the press. Now, my question to you is, how come none of the council members that are representing these two areas, which is Hollywood and Western, this is chaired by Council District 4 and Council District 13, none of them have responded to our request to speak to us in front of the camera so that we can get their story also broadcasted and have them put on the record saying, why did it take so long to get these buildings that were empty for at least 2 years finally demolished? It's a shame that it takes community activists to get this done. And I'm looking around and I see a lot of people talking to each other. I appreciate the council member of Council District 4 is looking straight at me. Mr. LaBonge, I know I'm not supposed to mention your name, but please respond to us, get in touch with us. We would like to get your side of the story so that the neighbors can be put at rest, that CIM is going to take care of the properties after demolition, not just taking the money, renovate the Kodak, get the circus group in there, but also make sure that Hollywood and Western stay safe.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
John Walsh. Mr. LaBonge, you have a comment? Mr. LaBonge?
At the ropes, so I'm going to speak to the citizen at the ropes.
Ms. Ziggy, will you please wait? Mr. LaBonge wants to discuss the matter with you. John Walsh, please. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, visit us at HollywoodHighlands.org. We had a post there 2 weeks ago. We'll have a post tomorrow. Now, this is going to sound psychotic, but it proves out. The LAPD has a snuff tape in its possession. In other words, a video of someone being killed by surprise. And I hope you all see it, because it was taken by the Henry Fonda surveillance cameras when Mr. Rodas allegedly murdered someone on Hollywood Boulevard about 2 weeks ago, when the police and the mayor and the city council had a big press conference how crime was over, and then there was a crime spree where one man stabbed 2 people and murdered 2 people. That video we are going to put up on our website so you can see walking at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you can watch the person being murdered, stabbed to death. Firefighters, rolling brownouts continue in the city. HollywoodHighlands.org. We want a list of the stations, fire stations right now that are out of commission here. And a number of them are, and I don't hear the mayor bad-mouthing the firefighters anymore, the courageous firefighters, and the county firefighters never have any trouble with the supervisors, and neither does the county firefighter union. They work together. Over here you fight like cats and dogs. It's disgusting. Jose Huizar, good news. The mayor got the Holder and Obama to fire Thomas O'Brien. They're attempting right now to destroy the case against you. This city is totally corrupt. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Frank Shefto? Frank?
Good morning. Welcome back. It's nice to see the city back doing business. Hope you all had a great vacation. September 22nd is the election for CD2. I am one of the candidates running as well, Frank Sheftel. I hope everybody gets out and votes. But right now, I'm a little concerned that CD2 doesn't have any representation, and I just want people to know that we're very pleased with the response that we've had out in the area. CD2 includes the fires that are raging right now in Tujunga and Sunland, and I want to thank everybody that has come up to the plate to help us out there. We're losing homes. We've lost some lives out there. The firemen are on the front lines, and they're gallantly fighting these fires, and we hope that they're going to get them under control. Right now, it's a desperate time for the area out there, and without representation, we're feeling just a little bit lost, and we hope that some of the other people will step up to the plate in the surrounding areas and let us know that the services are there for us. We've got livestock, we've got horses out there that we need to make sure that they have places to go and that they're safe. And we appreciate everything that's happening. We really do. It's a tough time for our city and for our state, and it's so great to see that the county and the state and everybody is working together to make sure that our city is safe again. So I want to thank everybody, and I want to remind everybody we do have an election coming up. We need to get representation in there. And again, thank everybody for all the efforts that they're doing.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
I just want to make it clear that notwithstanding the fact there is no representative in CD2, the people of CD2 can certainly call upon other council members. I can tell you that Ms. Gruhl met with the fire department up in the Sunland Tujunga Fire Station just on Sunday, and along with my staff was briefed on the fires. We have reached out. We opened up the equestrian center at Hanson Dam, for example, at their request. And everybody pitches in when there's a void. So, but the fire department's doing a great job up there, and so far, the Sunland Tujunga area is safe.
And Mr. Smith was at the fire command yesterday, so there's many council members that are participating to make sure the committee's safe. Soledad Garcia, please.
Good morning, Soledad Garcia from Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council, and representing 70 Neighborhood Council people who have responded. About 96% of our neighborhood councils do not believe that the ECAF is a good resolution. We are recommending to this body to disapprove it tomorrow. Both the ECAF and the energy power electric steering structure. It doesn't do anyone any good at this time. We'd see it as a very disingenuous motion, and for going into the specifics is not necessary at the time, but simply to say that the bond ratings and the ECAF are two separate entities. You can't put them together. You can, but it's tricky. The trick here is to convince the layperson that to have a better bond rating, the ECAF should not be capped. No control is the best way to improve ratings. This is what the credit card companies say, and they're trying to do, setting up a means to increase rates in anticipation of government control. By calling this plan ECAF, only the DWP board needs to approve. This committee and the City Council are excluded in any decision-making up until the Section 245, and I thank you for that. And this is one area in which restructuring is not a good thing. If it were to happen, there would be a triple and possibly a quadruple increase. One of our people this morning said we would probably go along with it, but we do not trust DWP anymore. That didn't come from me. It came from a newspaper and a magazine that was read by one of our people this morning. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Walter Bechtel.
Good morning. I just wanted to say something. It's interesting to me to how some people keep claiming racism and they didn't get paid or anything. I've already said before, I don't know what you call it when you rip off somebody like me and you run on over to ABCO and you have all this stolen property and you have it copyrighted. It's not racism when you do that to a Peckerwood, a Whitey, a Honky, a Dead, a Lily White, or I guess the latest thing is a pig with lipstick is the latest name you have for white people. I resent that. But that's just another example of what music people do. They vexate your courtrooms. They teach your children how to take drugs. They murder people and then commit suicide and teach you how to commit suicide. And what bothers me is the fact that you people know they do all these things and they bring this evil to your city and your state and your country. But for some reason, they commit all these crimes, but when it comes to stealing intellectual property or lyrics, for some reason, you don't believe that's something they can do. What is that? What do you call that? Honest felon or something? No felon from Folsom Prison or Sing Sing or all the other prisons would ever steal some lyrics or tap it out on the pipes about something that was belonging to somebody else there. Just the melodies. That's the only thing they take. But then you complain that these people causing a lot of trouble. Maybe the trouble is you don't want to leave them in the prison where they belong. And that would maybe alleviate a lot of your difficulties. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. Sergeant Arms, can you please quiet the chambers? And building and safety, you're having a little meeting in the side. If you take it out because we can hear you up here. Mr. Bush, Mr. Laura, Mr. Chan. It's difficult to hear when everybody's having conversations.
Take it outside, buddy.
Thank you. Jose Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's some disrespect here with all these sidebars. You have no to little respect to your neighborhood council reps or your citizens, and I condemn you for it. The reason that I'm here, because my neighborhood council has taken a position against the ECAF, which would increase the ECAF by 20 times greater than what it is currently right now. I'm not going to read all the issues, but one of the issues that I'll bring up is the issue of the energy cost adjustment factor being used to facilitate bonds or to the maintenance of bonds. The reason you have the ECAF, it's only supposed to be used for energy cost or the fluctuation of energy cost, and now to have this insidious use of energy cost adjustment factors to now be used to maintain bonds is wrong, and it's abhorrent. We're basically sticking to the ratepayers saying, oh, now you're going to pay for the bond, You're responsible for the bond ratings. You're going to have to maintain these bonds, and we're going to use the ECAF to do it. It's mixing apples and oranges, and that's basically what I need to let the council know, that the small businesses in our area are very concerned that their electrical rates are going to go sky high. Also, AB 64. I know the Department of DWP is endorsing AB 64. I want to endorse a cost adjustment factor of 6% spread above natural gas. That would be very reasonable and would not cause sticker shock to the businesses that are suffering under this recession. Thank you very much. And I would like to turn in our resolution to
Sergeant Arms will take up the resolution. Thank you. Sergeant Arms will take care of that for you. Craig Rubin, please. Craig Rubin.
Here's your cell phone, sir. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, Council. I wanted to mention something that had happened to me at my temple or church back in 2006, which I feel is something that should concern you guys today. One of the things that happened, I ran a medical marijuana club out of my temple, Temple 420, and when the police came in, one of the things that happened is the Los Angeles Police Department was involved in taking over $9,000 that wasn't reported. Additionally, a member of the DEA, Patrick Kelly, when he came in and raided our church, smashed open our church donation box, the Tzedakah box, with a hammer. We also had a specific person, Mr. Bryson from the DEA, steal something from us, and we have it on videotape. And this gentleman actually pocketed merchandise from our store, looked around like a common thief before putting it in his pocket. And my wife and I have been homeowners here. We have 7 children in the city of Los Angeles. And I was arrested, and I believe it was because I was on the TV show Weeds, where I played the owner of the medical marijuana club and then was running a medical marijuana club. And when I went to trial here, we weren't even allowed to mention medical marijuana. My wife and I lost our home, had our cars repossessed, and then I was given permission by the judge and the probation department to reopen. And we've opened as a church, and we feel that some of these medical marijuana applications that are being denied are very capricious, and that the fact that the people who are being selected are not in any particular order. It's not in the order that they've applied for or in the previous order, that it's just been randomly selected, and particularly selected at people like myself who have spoken out and been involved, like running for city council. I actually ran for mayor this last election. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I thank you for listening.
Let's go back to the San Fernando Valley. Mark Hurd and Van Nuys. Mr. Hurd and Van Nuys.
Good morning, City Council. Welcome back from your vacation. I hope you guys got a lot of rest. A couple issues. I have nothing but great respect for the doctor from El Sereno, but I disagree on the 710. I think we need to build that freeway right through. And the gentleman who argued on the basis of the artists that might go, why don't we shut down the 405 freeway and then make a boardwalk all the way from the 10 to maybe the 134, the 101, and we could have artists. We could just fill it up. That's no argument. And the pollution argument is not an argument either. I live and own a home in Westwood, and we deal with it because we're not selfish. We understand that the entire city needs to get home tonight to their families, their children, fathers, mothers. They've got families to raise. And when you go north on that 5 freeway, from Santa Fe Springs, let's say you're trying to get to Palmdale. All those people in Palmdale, think about them. The people in Santa Clarita, think of their children. Think of how late they come home because the traffic's so bad. Imagine an 18-wheeler turning over on the 5 freeway north where the 5 and the 10 freeway hit. You could take the 710 and cut right through to the 210. But oh no, not in my backyard. Come on, people. Cut it out with the selfishness. Now let's get to Council District 2. There's an election going on, and campaign finance reform is something needed in this entire country. And when you vote for people like Tamar Gallatin, Paul Krikorian, or Chris Essels, you're voting for million-dollar candidates that are going to buy those seats. If you want campaign finance reform, don't vote for Tamar Gallatin, Chris Essels, or Paul Krikorian. They're going to have huge campaign finance fundraisers, and they're going to take every bit of money they can get and spread it throughout their family members and take all the billboard money, and you're going to get screwed. You got guys like David Salzberg, Schechtel. Think about who you got. Make the good choice. Bye.
Thank you. Yvonne Autry will be our final speaker this morning. Yvonne Autry.
I actually am speaking in support of my friend Michael Hunt. I wrote this article in Los Angeles Community Action Network's Community Connection detailing the very serious existence, although hidden and institutionalized, still prevalent practice of racism. There are all types of discrimination. You know, there's classicism, there's fascism, there's just the haves versus the have-nots. It's just not just racism that is practiced in this country, unfortunately. But I'm here specifically just to speak out on any type of discrimination that would, first of all, prohibit a man from working, incriminate him, and then fail to award him a settlement that he has won legally. So you criticize most of people of my color when we're not employed, and this man has sought all feasible and legal means for compensation. You are blocking that. We, to my knowledge, I know, Michael, we are not involved in criminal activity. I can speak for myself. I'm not a prostitute. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not crazy. But it's this incrimination that has historically been used to deny us some type of compensation or some type of monetary subsidy or award that we deserve. It's the same type of incrimination that is leading to the regentrification process that is enabling landlords to illegally evict people, to serve unlawful evictions and unlawful detainers. I speak against this incrimination because it is a lie. It's a part of institutionalized racism, the lies that are told. This part of the incrimination process is most recently an increase in profiling. General Jeff has been profiled. In the last 2 weeks, I've been profiled by police officers. Again, I don't practice any type of drug use, criminal activity, and quite frankly, we're tired of it. We will continue to publicize institutionalized racism or any other type of discrimination until you stop it.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Money.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, your time is up, ma'am. Mr. Clerk, we need to reconsider 53 and 54, 81 and 92. So without opposition, reconsider those 4 items. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote. And then Mr. Clerk, on 53 and 54. Pardon me?
13 ayes.
Okay. So on number 53, 54, we needed 12 on those ordinance.
Yes, Mr. President, and you can actually take up items 6 through 9 and 11 at the same time.
All right. Those are all forward. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
How many was that?
13 ayes.
Okay. I thought you said 10, 13. And 81 is special, and then 92 hold for amending motion. And I think that's what the council members requested. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. I'm now going to turn the reins over to our pro tem council member, Jen Perry. Mr. Smith?
If we could ask number 56 and 60 to go forthwith, please.
56 and 60?
Yes.
Forthwith. That'll be the order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. And Mr. Clerk, I believe we'll take up the commissioners next.
Yes, Madam President, that is item 51, and that is the reappointment of Mr. Albert Abrams to the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, and there are cards on that item.
All right. And is Mr. Abrams present? You can come to the table. Thank you. Why don't we have our first speaker from public come forward. Mr. Matthew Dowd, you put a card on 51?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, congratulations. It's already a gimme. I'm going to approve this. But here's what I want. See, we got these neighborhood councils and neighborhood empowerment, but it's such a struggle for them to get any kind of empowerment because of the red tape, people like Greg Smith trying to throw up in front of everybody. even though I'm all for transparency too, if you look at the candidates in CD2, because they're going to be voting on some of these things, whoever gets elected, and they all deny that they all want to hide behind their, without the declarations for neighborhood council. They want to hide everything that they've got. So there's transparency issues with those three candidates. But here's what I need you to do is empower the neighborhoods. And, there's a lot of grassroots activism out there. It needs to be acknowledged, sir. And Mr. Abrams, congratulations.
And then out to the San Fernando Valley for Mr. Zuma Dog.
Yes, thank you. An issue very dear to my heart, neighborhood council systems. And again, my name's David Salzberg. For those of you watching at home, you might better know me as Zuma Dog. And I've been firmly entrenched throughout the neighborhood council systems. I have some concerns. It's supposed to be an independent body, separate from council, where the community can get together, say what they need addressed, put input on city plans, and then give it back to council as a voice. I'm here to say it doesn't do any good if council member staffers are running for these board member seats, if the mayor, if developers are backing candidates and pushing them onto those boards to do their dirty work, well then we have a corrupt system. And also I'd like to say, as city council member, over the past 3 years I've firmly immersed myself within the members of neighborhood council. And as city council member, I'm here to promise and guarantee that I will be using neighborhood council as, okay, if I win the city council seat, immediately upon swearing in, I invite everybody from across the district, from all neighborhood councils, please show up in my office.
Madam President, he's not talking about the...
Okay, I'm sorry. What I would do. Thank you. Dion, thank you very much. Yes. Let me get back to things. Thank you. I did get a little bit off topic. So I'd like to say I think city council should do much more to not only take the feedback because they have to, because they're mandated for a public comment, but the people within neighborhood councils, they are the voice of the people. They are there that they can tell you what needs to be done. And I want you to start listening to neighborhood councils much more and give them a seat to make decisions. And I'd like to say again that the people of people say Zuma Dog looks good. They say he knows a lot of the things when they come here from this podium and seems so informed. Well, when I go through the list of people that I'm talking to, it seems just about every one of them are neighborhood council members. And so if you want to make your jobs easier, city council, you should listen to the people in neighborhood council.
Thank you very much. And Sergeant at Arms, if you could quiet the noise on the sides of the chamber so we can hear better, I would appreciate it. All right, there's no more further cards in the queue. Mr. Zine is our first speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, here we are again. You seem to come before us quite frequently. You like pain and torture, I guess. A member of the 3rd Council District, wonderful family man.
Thank you.
And a challenging task, to say the least.
Yes.
Do you find that improvements are being made with the neighborhood councils as far as coming together as groups and making progress?
Improvements. I think that the neighborhood councils are evolving. The system is growing. I think that neighborhood councils are beginning to understand that they're members of the family of the city of Los Angeles. And with their involvement comes responsibilities. We on the commission are very desirous of working with neighborhood councils to make them understand that they have to participate in a responsible way, but at the same time, we're very, very aware that they have to have their independence. So I think with the word improvements, I think what we're seeing is this understanding that they both can be independent and at the same time understand their relationship with the city as a whole. So I think there have been improvements because they're growing and evolving.
I noticed a memo that went out on neighborhood councils that an audit on items, and if the audit wasn't turned in by the end of August, then their funding would be cut. I understand millions of dollars in equipment's been purchased by neighborhood councils, and that money was provided by the City of Los Angeles, and obviously those items, cameras, computers, fax machines, whatever the case may be, they have to document and keep track of that. How is that progress coming where they're turning in, hopefully, the items where they are so they can keep track of it versus the disappearance of thousands of dollars of merchandise that the city purchased for neighborhood councils?
Well, I know that many neighborhood councils are participating in that audit, and they're taking it very seriously. I think that question really should be directed to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, because they actually have the tally of who is responding to that audit and who is not. But I happen to agree with you. City property is city property, and it all should be accounted for. So I can't fathom why any neighborhood council wouldn't want to be a part of that audit and to make sure any materials or equipment they have is not accounted for.
Okay. Is the commission supporting that move by the department?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. So I have high respect for you and your accomplishments and your contribution and commitment to the community, the City of Los Angeles. So highly recommend you for reappointment to this.
Thank you very much.
It's a challenging task, and you're up to the challenge.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me just ask you, how long have you served on this commission?
Just over a year.
Just over a year. So you're still sort of a newcomer to...
I think a year not only gets your feet wet, but it immerses you enough to understand what your responsibilities are and what your contributions can be.
Well, then let me ask you a broad vision type of a question. Where do you see neighborhood councils? Where have they come since they were inaugurated in 1999 to the 912 Review Commission? Where do you think they've come, and how far do we think they still need to go to truly be the voice of their communities and their neighborhoods in the City of Los Angeles? Hold my time, please.
Neighborhood councils are still evolving. They are becoming extremely aware of the impact that they're having at the local level. My expression is there's nobody more grassroots than the people that are planting the grass itself. The relationship between neighborhood councils and the city council, for example, I believe has room for improvement. And it's an experiment that is no longer an experiment. We are now functioning as a system, helping beautification, helping with safety and security. They are truly some of the first responders when we have major catastrophes and emergencies, such as a year ago at the Metrolink 111 crash in Chatsworth. I think with regard to the future, if there can be a productive relationship with this council and with the city departments, with their MOUs and understandings, I only see very positive things. But we're dealing with 1,500 members of a volunteer army. They're giving up their time, they're giving up their expenses, they're giving up of their own mileage. They get nothing as far as reimbursement in return. It's our job as the commission to make sure that they understand how important we think they are, that we appreciate their contributions, and that we provide a system for them that allows them to have grievance procedures, that doesn't intrude too much with financial disclosure, which I have a particular focus on, and that we give them, hopefully, the wisdom that we can provide. I think the commission is a very important part of that whole system.
Well, let me touch on something that you just alluded to, which was financial disclosure, because I think there would be some in that grassroots army who would say there would be some down here at City Hall who would be trying to mow that grass in a way that did not allow them to grow and to flourish and to be empowered. And there's some disagreement here among my colleagues on the City Council as to how far we should go with the disclosure. It has always been my belief that they are advisory in nature. We reestablished that through the 912 Commission, that they are indeed an advisory body to the City of Los Angeles. I've been one of those that have been pretty vocal in feeling like they should not have to fill out financial disclosure for their volunteer effort. And again, they get nothing in return. They get no compensation. And I think some of them would say they're not even appreciated because of some of these bureaucratic strings and red tape that we are placing on them. How do you feel about the current financial disclosure that we're asking them to engage in? And do you think it's time for us, again, to relook at that and maybe make it a much simpler form or a verbal acknowledgement or disclosure at the beginning of every meeting in terms of how they may vote?
It's a
Good, you held my time.
It's a balancing act. But my feeling is you initiated a pilot program for neighborhood council files. That's a fact. If you go back and look right now, there has not been a single neighborhood council file initiated. So if the intent to implement Form 54 was to discourage that action, it has succeeded. My feeling is that a more simple form that is focused only on the neighborhood council file in question would be more appropriate. Or a ex parte written document signed and dated that board member has no potential conflict of interest with the neighborhood council file being submitted. I think right now we're way over to one side. We're not in a middle. Because you can look at the facts. There's no neighborhood council file been submitted. That means that those people that would prefer that not to happen have, in a sense, succeeded. I think we need to revisit it. I think this council needs to look at it again and to come to a, I think, more appropriate answer to that.
Well, I'm really glad to hear you say that. What I think would be appropriate would be if the commission took a formal vote or a formal position on coming back to the City Council and encouraging us to take another look at this. You are the commission that, in my opinion, should be the policy-making commission over neighborhood councils. I have never felt like Bonk really empowered themselves as much as I would like to see. I think it is up to you. You are the Citizens Commission. And under our form of government and our city charter, you are the group of citizens between the elected officials and the people who, I believe, should articulate policy and the future direction of the entities that you oversee. So I would like to see the board take a formal position, bring it back to the City Council so that we might take another look. And I 100% agree with you. I was one of those that predicted that it would have a chilling effect, and in fact it has, which is not the direction we should be going with the neighborhood councils. We should be trying to do everything we can to empower them to advise the City Council on matters that most impact their lives in whatever neighborhood they are staking their claim.
Well, I agree with you 100%, and personally I have really been fighting to make this issue a win-win. I think we will win on this. I think we will be able to all come together on a, not just a good compromise, but on a really effective way to accomplish the goal.
Good.
And I will guarantee you.
And will you be bringing that forward to the City Council?
Hopefully before the end of this year.
Great. I will look forward to seeing that.
Thank
because
you.
I really think that's part of the role that you should live out on the commission.
And the other thing that it's important to me is that we establish a standard of grievance procedures for neighborhood councils. To me, that's also a hallmark and a foundation of democracy. You know the clear ladder of a grievance procedure, and we don't have that right now. And I'm going to say something very radical, but it could be that we need to have standardization of bylaws to allow that to happen.
Well, that's certainly been something that has been talked about since the beginning of time for neighborhood councils. I know Dennis Stein and I were on the Charter Commission, and we really fought to not have sort of a cookie-cutter approach to neighborhood councils. We felt like every neighborhood was different, every council was different, but certainly this is a debate that has been engaged in probably since the beginning on whether or not this makes sense, particularly for bylaws. So I'll be interested to see, again, we would welcome the commission taking strong positions and forwarding those to the city council so that we could codify your beliefs about the future of neighborhood council.
Well, there's a commission meeting tonight in Chatsworth. I will communicate your feelings and your requests to them tonight.
We want to hear from you.
You got it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Abrams, I want to say thank you to you.
Thank you.
For your hard work.
Thank you.
It's indicated your volunteers, advisory, and I appreciate your statement that it is evolving. And I recall a few years ago, perhaps 3 or 4 years after they've been established, the neighborhood councils, there's a study from USC that was a very, for me, an eye-opener. Because its conclusion was that the neighborhood councils did not reflect the composition of the city.
Yes.
That there was some distance that we need to travel before this advisory body actually reflects who lives in Los Angeles. As a commissioner, what ideas or what do you see in the horizon that will allow us to reflect the kind of qualities that Ms. Hahn speaks of, where we have people who actually reflect who lives here? How do we get there, from your point of view, given you've been in the trenches as long as you have been?
You know,
Please hold my time.
This is an extremely important issue to me, that we have reflection of the diversity of this great city in the neighborhood councils throughout the 89 council districts that we have in the neighborhood council system. I think it's about outreach. If we don't make people...
Would you mind putting the microphone closer to you? We can hear you better.
I'm sorry?
If you put the microphone closer to you, we can hear you better.
If we don't use outreach to communicate to people, to stakeholders, that there is a neighborhood council near them, that we explain what it is. I think the problem is there's just not enough funding sometimes to get that word out, even in their local community, that what the neighborhood council's mission is, what it does, and what its accomplishments are. I think that's something we really have to focus on and work on all the time. And I'm working on that right now, as a matter of fact. The second thing is there has to be a willingness of these neighborhood council boards to be proactive about this. A lot of the boards are basically members of the local community that have been active for the last 10 years in homeowners groups or other nonprofits. They get a little solidified, in my opinion. And sometimes you got to get in there and brew it up a little bit, get democracy working where we have change and turnover so that we get a more accurate reflection of what that community has really got. So I think it has to be both a way to find out effective means through outreach, maybe through electronic means, now using the internet and networking technologies, and we also have to get the message out to the boards that you have to be proactive to do this. Seek these people out that can add a new dimension to your board, a new voice, a new look that you haven't considered before.
In terms of technology, do you see us as a commission actually using translation devices, creating environments where folks from different cultures and language can actually participate in these neighborhood council discussions? Is that a priority, or is that more an afterthought?
No, I was part of the commission that approved all the translation service contracts. One of the problems is cost, Councilman. When you look at the diversity of languages in this city, and you look at the numbers that there are, but at any time before a neighborhood council meeting, any stakeholder can request translation services. Those are ready to go. Those are actually contracted now. If you speak Korean, if you speak Japanese, you speak Spanish, no matter what language you want, I think of the top 7 languages, I believe, or 5, those can be provided to you. I've signed those contracts. So people just, again, have to know that that's available to them.
Right, and I appreciate what you're saying, and yes, I do believe we need to do better in our reach. I find that there are budgets allocated to different neighborhood councils. They have X amount of dollars. Isn't it their purview and decision to invest in translation devices as well? Couldn't each body make that decision among themselves per neighborhood council?
They have the budgets. The contractors are in place. They can respond to a request. That translator can be there at that meeting, that board meeting, at any time. This is available to any of the 89 neighborhood councils based on a request in time. The person has to allow time for that translator to get there and to set that up. You can't just show up and say, I need my language translated. There's a certain amount of time that has to be allowed for that. But this is an ongoing issue of really of cost as well as anything else.
Well, I believe in the neighborhood councils. I think they're important. I think they're significant in the process. But I also know that we have to find ways in such a large city to embrace this diversity. From what I see, I'm hoping we can enhance the different perspectives that speak to the critical issues that impact our districts. It would be great to see another study as an extension of the previous one to see how far we've gotten, what has worked, what needs to be done, and maybe that's something the commissioners might want to consider.
Well, I want to remind everybody here that the Congress of Neighborhoods is going to be taking place in this room on October the 10th. We share the Congress of Neighborhoods with the mayor's budget day, but I tell you what I would like to do, if I'm allowed as the co-chair of that event, which I'm pleased to do, to bring this issue up in my 2 or 3 minute remarks, I will do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abrams. I appreciate all the work you do.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning.
Good morning.
I have 8 neighborhood councils in my district. 6 are affiliated with the city, 2 aren't. Mr. Reyes' earlier comment about how we become more inclusive, it's difficult. A homeowner has a psychological sense of ownership of neighborhoods. A renter barely does, and that is not as an offensive comment. I wish the renters took that same kind of commitment as a homeowner does, but since property owner is such a big deal in America, what the neighborhood councils basically are morphed homeowners group, collection of them. Don't get me wrong, you can be a business in a community, you can be this or that, but it's basically, 70-80% are homeowner groups. Is there anything we can do about getting that mix changed, or just accept that reality and go forward?
I don't believe any reality ever has to be accepted. I know many, many neighborhood councils that have renter positions on their boards.
Right.
That's a recognition that their voice, their presence is extremely important. Tarzana, the one I sit on, we just got our new renter representative put on, a very, very nice, intelligent African-American woman that we're very pleased to have on. We go out and seek that.
Yeah, that's
it's
good.
important
I like
to us.
That. Right.
And it's very exciting for us that she's now joining the board and has already started her ability to communicate her interest to the rest of the board. I think it's just a matter of the boards being proactive and similar to outreach to other parts of their community, that renters be included.
Yeah,
it's very important.
I think we as a city need to take a more proactive policy towards bringing renters into it. We need to find ways to target them and get messages to them and communicate with them and get them to sense that it's their community as well as anybody else's. Can we do that?
I think it's a great challenge. I really do. I'm very focused on that. I like that challenge. I think it's great. The other thing I want to talk to you about is that we are reaching out into Congress to get those neighborhood associations or councils that are not part of the system to come to the Congress.
That's great.
The ones in I believe in Pacific Palisades, Brentwood, parts of Westwood.
Right.
We want them to know that the Congress of Neighborhoods is theirs as well. So we are actively outreaching to them to let them know that they're welcome here.
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that because I like my Brentwood Neighborhood Council and my Palisadian Neighborhood Council as well. You know, it's a challenge in land use issues, and I'd like to get your thought on this. I'm a strong believer in any development project should be vetted by community, as large a community group as possible, from the homeowner groups to the neighborhood councils to the chambers to people who live in the block, live in the neighborhood. And I say to developers, come to me after you've vetted it with community. Most neighborhood councils have very viable land use committees. The question becomes ethics in terms of background checks on people who make those decisions. I don't want anybody who could personally profit from some project sitting on a citizen committee without disclosing that. So I've urged all my neighborhood councils to take the ethics training, number one, and number two, put a lot of disclosure out there. What's your sense of that?
You brought up two issues that are very important.
Yeah.
One is ethics training.
Right.
The Commission is on record seeking almost a 100% participation in ethics training, and we are about to establish policy to bring down consequences to those boards that have not had their board members involved in the ethics training.
Great.
We are really, really strong on this issue. It's critical that everybody be aware of the law, their personal responsibilities, both the state and the city. The second thing you talked about is really financial disclosure.
Right.
About land use and money issues.
Correct.
We have people making decisions about real estate,
Right.
about variances, about zoning. We have people making decisions about $5,000, $10,000, $14,000. How do we know that when they come to vote yes or no, there's no personal interest there? And I think that's that dynamic.
Right.
How do we balance out, as I said in my opening remarks, it is a growing awareness of their responsibilities to the city as well as their growing ability to have an impact. We have to marry that because I think it's critically important that we know in advance, either by ex parte or documents being signed, that an individual board member has no gain to get.
Right.
It's critical.
Yeah.
It only helps to have full transparency.
Well, I totally appreciate your feelings and your interest in the way you're doing it, because I'm a big, strong believer in neighborhood councils. I think that's part of the democracy. It's something I empower a lot. I even have an empowerment Congress as well. But it's the whole issue of integrity and transparency and a sense that the democracy can work.
I have been to every CD2 candidate forum over the last month, and I can tell you the debate on the issues is being driven by the local neighborhood councils. They are driving the issues and bringing them to the forefront. And that's, I think, a very good sign.
I agree. And I want to thank you very much again for stepping up to the plate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas.
I thought you said Parks. Thank you very much. First, I want to compliment you on your involvement and your knowledge of not only neighborhood councils, but how the city runs. But there is something that I want to have you clarify for me, please. Earlier in the dialogue, you were answering one of the council members' questions, and you said that no council file via the neighborhood council process that has now been, council file for the city council, that the neighborhood councils haven't forwarded at least one
I think that's my.
I don't dispute that at all.
Yeah.
But in your dialogue, you seem to make very clear that it is your opinion that it is that that it's so cumbersome about the disclosure requirement that is the fact or the factor and the reason why we don't have a neighborhood council file that has been brought forward to the city council.
I don't know if it's the factor, but I can probably tell you it's one of the top two. The anger and resentment that the neighborhood council members feel about the imposition on that Form 54, which they were told they must fill out, which in many respects is even more intrusive than Form 700, which we're all familiar with. And these are volunteers
When
And
you
they
say-
will not,
When you say we're familiar with the Form 700, why are you so familiar with Form 700?
as a commissioner, this is my responsibility several times a year or twice a year to fill it
And
out.
are you aware that all of the elected officials in the city have to fill out a Form
Absolutely,
700?
yes.
As well as other forms, but
Of course.
Form 700 is one
Yes.
of them. So, and you're aware that every policy maker
Yes.
in the city of Los Angeles is required to fill out a Form 700?
Yes.
Disclosure form.
And this is the dynamic, the balance that I was referring to. If a neighborhood council board member is indeed, in a sense, a policymaker of some type, especially if they submit a file to this city council, do they then have the requirement, as all the other policymakers to do, to fill out financial disclosure like everyone else? This is the dynamic. This is the nexus of the issue that we are struggling with. This
Okay,
is it.
but we're struggling with it, and the fact of the matter is, as you and I acknowledge to each other, that every policy maker in the city of Los Angeles has to fill out a 700 form or some type of disclosure. In addition to that, there are also people who are high up on the responsibility level within the city, what they're called high filers. They're not necessarily policy makers, but they're in positions where they are so close to the policy making and interpretation and folding out a policy that they're required to fill out these forms as well. Yet the neighborhood councils, they are advisory, correct? We can agree on that, right?
Absolutely.
Yet at the same time, the one thing that I think was lost in the dialogue, and as you put it, there are many people on neighborhood councils that are upset about this disclosure requirement
For neighborhood council
for
files.
neighborhood councils to be able to forward a file formally to the city council process. But I think what was lost in the dialogue, at any time past, present, or in the future, any neighborhood council member, any community member, anybody can initiate a process and end up with their idea on the city council floor in the form of a formal motion, correct?
Absolutely correct.
So that is still available,
Yeah,
right?
yes,
It wasn't
it is.
either or. It
Yes,
wasn't
it is.
that is no longer available, so now you have to go through this formal process, fill out this form, et cetera, and vote, and then you can get a council file on the city council of Los Angeles, correct?
Correct.
So the bottom line is, and that was my argument back then, is if we're going to be talking about organizations that come together and that are formally recognized by the city charter as advisory only, and if they're going to be afforded the opportunity to have a special nexus on putting files on the city council file, and the city council is only made up of elected officials who, by the way, have to fill out 700 forms and other forms of disclosure as well,
Yes.
then I know you're smiling because basically what I'm describing is technicalities, and with all due respect, most Americans kind of get a little tired of the technicalities.
It's not a technicality. The reason I'm smiling is that you've just touched on the whole core of the issue. That's the reason I'm smiling, is you've just nailed it, exactly what the dilemma is.
Exactly, but the reason why it's a dilemma is because some of us bother to think about the formality of having a formal file with a file number on it that now becomes an official document of an elected body. Right?
Absolutely.
So,
The question-
some people get tired of that technicality, and some people say, well, what's the big deal? Well, excuse me, it is a big deal, because that's the basis of what democracy is.
See, what you've just touched on is there now a transition from the advisory capacity
exactly
to the policy-making capacity? And that's the reason I was smiling, because you nailed it. That is the question. And if you make that transition to policy setting, is there now incumbent on you a responsibility for transparency and financial disclosure?
Exactly. If they're going to go
and
pierce through that veil of advisory versus policy.
And here's my feedback to you on that. Neighborhood councils have agreed that if they are going to submit neighborhood council files, and they've all had motions in this, I can bring you copies, they agree that some form of financial disclosure is required the nature of what was imposed by this council in Form 54 has been rejected as the one that they feel comfortable with. And what we're saying is, working with the Ethics Commission, working with city council members, perhaps there is a much better appropriate form that does both. Gives the city council the confidence that transparency and financial disclosure has been achieved, and neighborhood council people feel that they have not been intruded into, imposed upon, and giving up too much personal information, which becomes public.
Absolutely.
They're serving.
Welcome to the club.
They're serving as a volunteer, and now you have the potential of having all your loans, all your personal information of whether or not you're living with a wife or a husband or a domestic partner, all made public, accessible by a phone call.
Sure.
But
with all due respect,
yes,
you're a volunteer, aren't you, as a commissioner?
Absolutely.
And you are required to fill out a
Happy to do
700
it.
form, correct?
Yes, indeed.
But see, that's the whole point. I think that people are making way too light of the fact that, but they're only volunteers. With all due respect, sir, you are a volunteer, a very capable one, a very involved one.
Thank you.
But at the same time, whether you were involved or asleep at the switch, you'd still have to fill out a 700 form.
Yes.
As long as you take on the title of commissioner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the thing is, I would just like to say that I understand the frustration. I'm married. At home, I am in advisory capacity most of the time when it comes to my wife. Thank God she allows me to be more than advisory to my children.
You've learned
I'm a policymaker. I'm a policymaker when it comes to my children. I'm mostly advisory when it comes to my wife.
You've learned the
Thank
secret
God
of a good marriage.
I get the
Okay.
satisfaction of coming to this body, and I have the full rights and privileges of every single one of my colleagues because I was elected to this body, and I have to fill out 700 forms, and anybody can find out any little detail about my life and what my wife does or doesn't do financially, etc., with a phone call or an email. And so that, welcome to the club, people. That is at the root of it. And until we can figure out how to strike that balance without piercing, in my opinion, the difference between advisory versus policy making, there's going to have to be some kind of disclosure form as far as I'm
Well, the question I have to end this discussion, and it's one that I wrestle with all the time, and I appreciate the opportunity to have us bring it out. I would like to know how the council, the city council, could recommend a way where we could flush out all these issues so we could come to a win-win. Because we're in pieces. I've got 1,500 people of my volunteer army that are not happy. I've got a pilot program for neighborhood council files, and not a single submission has been done. That's very telling. And I've got two sides of city council with both very valid arguments about either advisory or policy setting requirements. We need to figure out a way, and I'm open to get that done so we can move on in a positive way into the future. I'm open to suggestions.
Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, I'm just expressing my own opinion. I was on a neighborhood council policy committee before I got elected to the council, and we, I believe, unanimously took the position that filing a Form 700 was being placed there as a disincentive to participation. I would think there has to be a much simpler way, perhaps something as simple as asking those members just to state that they don't have a conflict of interest and taking them at their word. I think this is a voluntary position. I don't think it rises to the level of being a city commissioner. And I would like to have us look at taking an approach that offers the least disincentive possible. And I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on that approach.
I'm with you also 100%. I would like to find the exact form or process that takes care of both sides of the argument, and we can move on. We need to make sure that we don't disincentivize these volunteers. They are critical. Their contributions are critical to the success of the system, and we are in this system. It isn't going away. It is part of the charter. We all have to live with it, grow with it, deal with it. and at the same time provide, let's say, the minimal amount necessary to satisfy the concerns, the legitimate concerns of council members that want to make sure that before a vote is taken on land use or money issues, that there is no conflict of interest of that advisory person on a neighborhood council. It is a process happening right now. So I welcome your point of view that we need to get just that minimal document or process that does the job. I really do. So that we accomplish both goals. We keep everybody energized in the system, and we take care of the concerns of individual council members.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. All right, there are no further speakers in the queue. So if you would please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I believe we have one more commissioner up today.
That is item 52, and that is the reappointment of Ms. Lilia Esther Garcia to the East Los Angeles Area Planning Commission.
Okay. And there are no cards on that. Oh, wait, there are cards. Okay. If she can come forward, take her place at the middle table. We do have 2 speaker cards, which I will take first. Mr. Matthew Dowd on item 52.
Yes, congratulations on the unanimous vote. I'm sure it'll be approved. But look, just like commissioners, we don't want people serving who have things to hide. So no, we just don't want them because it's conflicting. No word of mouth, oh yeah, I don't have a conflict of interest. Hell no. But anyway, congratulations on this one. I hope you filled out the Form 700. And East LA, I hear the activists out there in Ed Reyes District and out here. There's a lot of problems, and I hope you're listening to the community. We just spent an hour talking about neighborhood empowerment. So forget these clowns. Listen to the neighborhood.
To the San Fernando Valley for Zuma Dog.
Yes, thank you, David Salzberg, also known as Zuma Dog, and I'm speaking as a candidate for City Council in CD2. I have, first of all, when it comes to East LA Planning Commission, I feel it's probably the shadiest, most corrupt commission in the city, and so I hope that the commissioner can get on top of that. Now, when you talk about whether it's neighborhood council or planning, the problem is a lot of it. You go to all this effort to take public comment for these planning issues, and then only to be ignored. The community spirit, the community master plan, I'm here to tell you that, yes, beware lawsuits related to SB 1818. I would like to warn this planning commissioner. And here's the type of problem I see with the planning commission. Let's say, for example, Angeles National Forest. Well, yeah, we'll give you a temporary operating permit. There's 71 mitigations that need to be addressed. So while you're handling those 71 mitigations, that we approved your plan because you promised to the community that you would handle these things, so now you were allowed to operate temporarily, well, then they do things like let it go 10 years. They've been operating 10 years without one mitigation. They just keep getting the temporary permits, okay? So there's always some kind of bamboozle. So it starts with the Planning Commission deciding to represent and reflect the spirit of the community. A lot of the problems that constituents have throughout the city is not because we need to fix the system or have people do this or that or mandate things. You cannot mandate ethics. You cannot mandate community spirit. And what I'm here to tell you is that the people want the spirit represented, and the problem is that the planning commissions, they come up with all the great rules and regulations, then council goes exemptions and variances, and before you know it, it's nothing that was agreed upon, and we need to get the city attorney involved. And I'm here to tell you, council, September 22nd in election, they're going to want somebody that represents the people and not the developers, and that's Zuma Dog.
Thank you very much. Ms. Donna Pearman back in the San Fernando Valley.
I wanted to say real quickly, I'm hoping this commissioner doesn't work hand in hand with the CRA, because the CRA is ruining the city altogether. So yeah, they're not to be trusted, Commissioner. And I just wanted to say real fast, I forgot to say about that I don't think it was right to spend over $59,000 on fee waivers. And anyway, I hope this commissioner will be good. Well, I'm not sure what.
Thank you very much. And here in City Council Chambers, Mr. Jose Aguilar. Is Mr. Aguilar here? Okay.
Yes, well, I welcome this new member. The only concerns that I have with the planning department is this situation where there's all this high-density mixed-use development projects that are being flooded into this community. The only thing that has slowed them down is the economy. Now, there is a proposed situation, Wyvenwood Apartments 15 group. They want to build 4,400 unit complex there at the expense of our infrastructure. And what I am hoping this new commissioner will realize is that she has to temperament what is the infrastructure available to accommodate all this high-density development that you want to produce. Do we have the water supply? Which I don't believe that we do. Does the sewer system, can it accommodate? Will this create, school space issues or availability issues with schools? There's a lot of stuff with infrastructure that I believe this commissioner needs to realize. And the availability of water, gridlock, parking. I personally come my own street where I live on. My neighbor shot my other neighbor over parking simply because the parking situation is so horrendous that my neighbor shot my other neighbor over a parking dispute. Now, you might think this is funny, but it gets to be that serious. And what I want you guys to realize when you guys plan all these development projects is you got to make sure that we have the infrastructure that would accommodate the parking, the gridlock, the water, and everything else that comes, the school space. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. And this SB 1818 has been a complete disaster with the city. It has been thrown out in court. Developers no longer has to apply with this density bonus structure that's in there. So just be wary of infrastructure.
Thank you very much. And now it's your turn to speak and to share with us why you are interested in this commission.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, I believe now. This is my second nomination. I, for 2 years, have been on this commission, and I believe that it is important to make sure that working families are a part of the growth of the city and the design of the city. And this individual just shared about a dispute around parking. And there's a lot of things going on amongst these families, and I believe it's important for the city to put structures in that allow people to come to a peaceful resolve, that they have clarity of what they need to do, that they understand the regulations, and if they do have any special consideration that needs to be taken account, that occurs. And I believe my participation in the East Area Planning Commission has given voice to working families and to just allow us to be reasonable and understand that rules are respected, that the plans are followed, and any types of concerns that the residents have, that they come forward.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, Ms. Garcia, for your service on the East Area Planning Commission. As my staff has worked with you, they've recognized, and you used the term reasonable, and they've noticed that your discussions and deliberations amongst sometimes very contentious issues have been one of reasonableness, so we appreciate that. And certainly in my district, with our community's wishes for the preservation of open space in Northeast Los Angeles, supporting the revitalization and redevelopment of Bow Heights and El Sereno, and well, it doesn't cover downtown, but my district, there's a lot of redevelopment in downtown part of my district. You've been someone who listens a lot to the community, as my staff has mentioned to me, so we appreciate your perspective, and I think you do bring one of reasonableness to the committee. I ask that you continue that, and I recognize, and we all recognize, that you are sometimes put in some very difficult decision-making positions, but what's helpful here is that oftentimes what I've noticed from this committee is that you do translate what the community is saying into some of your decision-making. So we appreciate that, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to rise and thank Ms. Garcia for her hard work. You know, it's sometimes very difficult when you're dealing with challenges that are not just as simple as singling out one factor like infrastructure. There's a lot of variables involved, especially when you have neighborhoods that are struggling. At 40% of these areas are at or below poverty. When you talk about parking, you know, we ask the question, where will people live? We're trying to build so the people that live there already have a place to live. And that becomes, I think, a very passionate, very emotional issue. When you start seeing something new, we ask the question, who is it for? And so having to deal with these questions, understanding that we have these pressures caused by poverty, caused by incredible density. Some parts of northeast Los Angeles, we're already at 25 to 30,000 people per square mile, when the city average is 6 to 7,000. So these are challenges before you. I appreciate your hard work. It's not easy. I just want to rise and thank you for being able to balance out many of these conflicting issues. And usually, at the end of these meetings, if everyone walks away unhappy, it means because you try to achieve a balance. And I appreciate your hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. There are no further speakers in the queue. So, Madam Clerk, if you would please open the roll, close the roll, then tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations. Next item. I think there's been a request to take 17.
President, just real quick here. The fire chief is here for item 1, and I know he wants to get back on his business. If it should be just called, Chief Fry is here. Could we do 1 for the fire department? Just real quick. I don't know what 17 is. I apologize, members, but I was... Because it was called by a card. It wasn't called by...
No, it was called by another council person.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are they here?
Well, let's just take 1 now. Come on up, sir.
It's okay with you, 1? Thanks. We'll get you back in the field.
Councilman Wesson.
Well, let's take public comment first. John Walsh, followed by Mr. Zumadog, followed by Matthew Dowd.
All those guys called us.
I'd like to thank all the proud men and women of the fire department, city and county, for a great job you're doing. But the brownouts continue. As you know, they refuse to tell you where the brownouts are. In fact, I just found out from a community activist that right now the Lincoln Heights fire station is browned out. If you live there, that means you're a minority. If you live there, that means you're less safe than we are. If you live there, that means the media has not told you that it's browned out.
Madam President, this item is regarding modifying the fire department fees.
I just want the fire department to know that if you were as annoyed and treated this way, where when you're talking about and praising the fire department, the city attorney attacks you, that's what it's like. You're doing an excellent job. If you want to know where the brownouts are, there is only one place you can do that. HollywoodHighlands.org gives you all the brownout information. They don't. And it's mostly in minority areas.
Back to the San Fernando Valley for Mr. Zumadog. San Fernando Valley for Mr. Dog, who has 1 minute left for today. He's not there? Okay, Mr. Dog is not present in the chamber, out in the valley, and so back to Mr. Matthew Dowd here in the council chamber.
Yeah, thank you. Just going to be in support of this one too, and because right now the city's in this financial crunch. You know, it's a devastating hole, if anything. But this is one of the crucial services that the people of the city of Los Angeles rely upon, especially in summertime. So the fire department, I'm going to approve this one, and I want the city council to give this full consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, you're free to make your presentation.
I'm sorry, Madam President?
Free to make your presentation.
This is our annual review of our annual cost of special services and fee adjustments. This is a normal procedure that we run through the Fire Prevention Bureau in order to, in our attempt to become totally fee supported in the Bureau. What these fees are they were calculated with the help of our accounting section in order to really put the fees back on the users that are getting the services of the Fire Prevention Bureau. They have been reviewed by the CAO, and they have been through committee, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have on them.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Any questions or comments, Mr. Labange? Did you want?
Madam President, and thank you, Chief Fry, for the good job you and the team do.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come in today. Appreciate it. Did you want to add anything? All right. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I don't think we need to take an action on that item.
No, actually, there is a vote required on item 1.
All right. So then open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right, so then I have a request here to take items 17 and 57 out of order. So we'll start with 17.
And that had been called special by Councilmember Hahn. And there is an amending motion, an additional amending motion that has been circulated on 57.
Ms. Hahn? Ms. Hahn, did you call 17 special?
Well, I do know that Councilmember Parks has worked very hard on this and wants us to support it. I just called it special because I still had a couple of questions I would just like to see answered, and I know Councilmember Rosendahl, I believe, had some issues with farmers market. So is there some staff here that, street services, where's all my notes? Oh. You know, I think, like I said, I don't see, is Bill Rosendahl here, or, because I just know that he had some issues with farmers market, so I called a special to make sure that he got to answer his questions. But for me, one of the things I'm still concerned about is this idea of tracking and who will be doing the accounting, because this ordinance speaks to the fact that if a nonprofit has a budget of more than a certain amount, then they would not be eligible for subsidy unless it was under contract. Who, in 45 days, when it's submitted to you that we might want to be subsidizing 50% of a particular event, who then, how do they open up their books to you? Do you go through a year's accounting? How does this exactly work? Hold my time, please.
I'm Lynn Ozawa from the CLA's office. In the past, the CLA and the CAO have already been looking at organizations for other fee subsidy requests, in particular the development fee subsidy policy. So organizations have turned in their budgets to our office, and we've both looked at them and determined from the information that they've submitted that their budgets, their operating budgets, do not exceed $5 million. And I would anticipate that the same process would work.
Who does this now, though?
Staff of the CLA and the CAO.
Okay, so it won't be street services.
No, it isn't.
So how does it get to CLA and CAO when it's submitted to street services for this particular aspect of this ordinance in 45 days?
I think the city attorney wants to respond to that.
And say there was 100 organizations that submitted their applications in October. How does this exactly work?
The way Pete Echeverria from the City Attorney's Office, the way the ordinance is drafted, the request for the applications for a permit would go to street services.
Right.
The request for a subsidy would be addressed to the council office.
Right.
The council office would transmit it to the CLA directly.
Okay,
So it would be entirely in your control.
And do we really think in 45 days you'll get that information back?
Let me clarify that. The 45 days is a minimum time requirement. These organizations can come in at any time for either the subsidy or the permit.
They probably won't. Let's be realistic. They probably won't. They're under the impression that it's acting like we've always acted. They will submit an application for an event. I'm just asking 45 days. Let's assume they don't come early. How do we make this determination on what their operating budget is and whether or not they're eligible to be subsidized? And then, if it is more than $5 million, who enters into this, quote, contract?
Let me answer the first part of your question, please. My anticipation is that if the workload becomes too heavy for us to be able to turn things around in a timely way by looking at the actual budgets for every single organization, we are going to be asking that the requestor organization sign under penalty of perjury that their budgets are under $5 million. And then staff will randomly check certain organizations' budgets to make sure that they are, in fact, in compliance.
And if they're not?
Then the city attorney can take legal action against them.
So now we're entering into a phase where a simple special event could turn into criminal prosecution.
I'm not sure where the criminal prosecution comes in, but they would have...
What action would the city attorney take?
It depends. We try to recover. If the funds had been released to them under false representations, we try to recover those funds. If they had obtained a permit and otherwise complied with permitting requirements, I don't know that that would have constituted a misdemeanor for which they could be prosecuted, but we certainly would take steps to recover any funding that was provided to them under false representations.
Again, I know we've worked really hard on this policy. I just feel like we're entering into an era that we're actually making this more complicated. I think we're engaging more staff time. We're now looking at operating budgets of nonprofits. We've now got the city attorney involved in having to actually, on their limited staff, look at recouping money that might have been given unlawfully. Again, colleagues, I know we want to pass this today. I just feel like we have created a policy that is now going to, I think, cost more money in staff time trying to determine the status of some of these organizations that for years have done business with the city and their special events. So I'm still very, very concerned at the timeliness of how we're going to process these permits. And now people are signing things under, perjury. I don't know. I still feel like my questions have been really thoroughly answered. Is there? Tell me this. And again, I'm not saying, whether or not I'm supporting this. The farmers market issue. There has been some talk on the council floor, I don't know if anybody's bringing this forward or not, of kind of carving out farmers markets. Could this ordinance go forward and carve out farmers markets while we solve that issue, because again, I think Bill Rosendahl has added up over $300,000 worth of subsidies for farmers markets in his district. If he's only allowed $100,000 in his council district, not to mention all the other events, how does this work for that council district?
Well, your question is, could it go forward if you carved out? I doubt it, because we'd have to make a number of revisions to the ordinance, and there are a number of provisions that would have to be changed, so we'd have to come back to you with an ordinance that removed anything dealing with farmers markets, or that it actually with the addition of statements that it wouldn't apply to farmers markets as well. So that would take us a couple of days to get back to you on that, but it could be done if you gave us that kind of direction.
Right. I was just curious. Again, I don't know if that's coming forward or not. But how would somebody else at the table advise Councilmember Rosendahl on that issue of apparently he has more farmers markets than any of us, and the limited amount of resources that he would be allotted to subsidize farmers markets, which is something I know he believes in, we all believe in our districts. How would you all advise that to go forward?
What came from committee was instructions that the departments providing staff support for these events to come up with standard plans so that we could really minimize the city costs that would be required for recurring events. You know, weekly events are really they can become costly if every week you have to do something different. But
right. For instance, Rita Robinson suggested that we have permanent signs.
Exactly. Things like that. You post it once, and it's up there. You don't have to go back every week. There are things like this that departments will look at as ways to cut down on the staffing that's required.
Right. So is that possible, these permanent signs?
According to Ms. Robinson, they are.
Good afternoon. Amir Sadati, Assistant General Manager, LADOT. Yes, I believe that those signs can be actually where we have farmers markets in off-street facilities, some of our parking lots. We already have those permanent signs. So I think it depends on the location, if it's an on-street, and if the location doesn't change, then the department would support putting signs, permanent signs.
I know I'm over, but the last meeting, I think Ms. Robinson also said she sent letters to major venues like the Dodgers asking them for reimbursement. I was curious to know what the outcome of those letters has been.
We have sent the letters out, Councilmember, and we've received a few phone calls back, and we're setting up some meetings. So some of the venues are coming to the table for further dialogue, but we don't have any final resolution to report to you at this point.
Okay, because she seemed to indicate that those were the events that were really costly. It probably wasn't the farmers markets. It probably wasn't some of these smaller special events. That it was the larger ones that seemed to be the major cost on the city.
That is a true statement. For Department of Transportation, we really, farmers market, we support them, and I think they're an important part of the community here, and they are really not a big cost factor for us because they are either done right now with a few barricades and a few cones that are set up, so that's not the big cost for DOT. Our biggest cost with the department is really those larger venues that goes longer, and we have to pre-plan and be there longer hours.
Right. Well, I know we need to do something. I think there's been a lot of work done this. I think the days of closing down public streets are probably over, and I think for a lot of nonprofits or other organizations, it used to be a fun thing to do to shut down a street. But what we're finding is it's cost a lot of money. It's a lot of staff time, so we're just going to really have to begin encouraging, whether it's a farmer's market or another event, to do your event on a private property, private lot. I guess the era of closing down streets for fun is coming to an end, and I think that probably should be the message that we communicate to all the organizations within our own council districts.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Parks, Mr. Koretz, Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just go through a couple of things that may answer some of the questions in that, being that we've worked on this now for 7 years. One of the things that I think is important is that if you look at the overall list of citywide events, that would probably be the only group of people that would be in that $5 million category. We're not talking about neighborhood events where people can come and get their signs and deal with them on a routine basis, that they pick up their own stuff, they bring their insurance policy, and they're done. They don't come to the council. The council has a fund now for subsidy that would deal with these in-between events, that they have full discretion on how those funds would be dealt with, and none of those activities are generally anyone that has the kind of resources that we're saying that is $5 million. So it comes down to the major events such as 82 games at the Dodger Stadium or the Staples Center. Those require a contract just as we have with the Coliseum. And those are the type of things that should have a contract as it relates to an ongoing season. The issue of looking at this is that of carving something out. I think what we have to look at, if you carve a piece out of it, you're asking departments to absorb costs that they have no funds for. At the same time, we're sending waivers out and costing them money that we have not allocated. And so if we want to consolidate our bills as we're trying to, and then continue to spend on the credit card, that's what happens if you call something out. We have asked, and I know in my district, we tried to move people off of streets into parking lots. We've asked them to find spaces. We also found, in looking at some of the farmers markets throughout the city, that many of them are on secondary streets, that they actually can be dealt with just like any other secondary street event or neighborhood event by having their own cones, their own tape, their own signs that do not require DOT or street services to come out to the scene. Now, there's some issues as to farmers markets have come up recently about whether they can be absolved as it relates to cooking on the premises. Well, that requires even more of a evaluation from the fire department, which we can't waive. It requires other issues. We've also asked, people have asked, again, farmers markets and all of the people that join the farmers markets be eliminated from having a business license. And we say, well, you have to have a business license, even though if you make less than $100,000, you'd have to pay any business tax, but you should be registered as a business within the city if you're going to participate in these activities. So these are things that have been put in place. They are long-term rules as it relates to business tax. But again, the key issue for us today is we continue to expand now into September the issue of waiving fees without any funds. We will soon get a call from particularly LADOT that will tell us that we've exhausted their minimal overtime that we gave them in the budget, and they can ill afford to keep spending it on special events when they were given the money for other issues. A reminder also is that on special events with DOT by MOU, they're required to pay overtime, just by the word special event. So therefore, you can't avoid the fact if you deploy them, you will end up having to pay time and a half. The other issue I think that's important for us to realize is that this new process will give us the first time a real accurate assessment of the cost. We've all questioned whether these motions we put forward and we say how much these things cost, they're estimates. There are times when people complained and said DOT didn't show up, they didn't need them. Are those real costs? Well, the issue is we have a situation here where we will now have the ability to know the exact cost because Street Services advises that they will tell them the exact cost. If they find out later it was more, they will get more. If it's less, they will refund. So these are the kinds of things that are put in place for us to know for the first time what are the real costs of special events. Now, I think the issue is we've broken this up as best we can. It's not going to be perfect, but we also have an ability to, again, looking within our own resources of how do we cut costs down. And that's the whole purpose of this, because I know as I go forward on MLK Parade that we all ride in, for the first time they're going to be asked to give 50%. They've already set up meetings to say what happens. And we say 50% is 50%. We can't afford to give it to you. The best we can do is half the amount. That's going to be the kind of thing that we're going to be confronted with. We've already seen I think in Herb's district, African Marketplace already decided financially they can't have an event this year. Well, the issue, some of that's going to occur. And we know that when we look up in Revlon walk with 50,000 people at the Coliseum, they might end up over at Pasadena at the Rose Bowl because they may get a better deal. But the issue is, when we think about LAPD and all the resources for 50,000 people to walk around the Coliseum, we've just gotten to the point that we cannot afford to give them the full freight on that response. So I think we have an option of moving forward and tweaking this as we go, or we have a process of saying stay in limbo, keep spending money that is not in the department, and not have a system in place to solve many of these issues. I think by September 15th, when we bring you the game plan for the real cuts within each budget, these will be minimal concerns when you start looking at the kind of dollars for $300 to $500 million in cuts in departments. This will come up very, very small as it relates to dollars. So I think we need to get this put in place and move it forward. If we find it needs to be tweaked as we move forward, we can tweak it. But if we don't have a system, all it will cause us to do is move forward for the rest, next month and next month, of waiving costs into budgets that don't exist. We currently have given each council district 1 year allocation for subsidy, and by the time this program goes into place, you'll have somewhere between 8.5 or 9 months to use it. So you will have more money over a shorter period of time than the expectation was when we first started this. So I would hope we can move this today. Let me ask Pete, on the ordinance that comes back, is we get the final reading today, or when will that go into effect?
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
I'm through.
That was, I believe, that was 7 minutes straight without a pause.
No, I didn't
We were keeping track up here.
I was trying to impress Jan Hahn,
No, she went 20 minutes without a pause.
so I didn't catch up with her. Let me just ask Pete, when will this ordinance become effective if we approve it today?
Well, it would be a 30-day ordinance, so it would be 30 days after publication, and that's after the council approves and the mayor signs it. There is, as part of item 57, I assume that would be voted upon first today, that would require a slight revision in the ordinance. I have that revised ordinance and that revision ready if it's the council's pleasure to proceed to vote on it today. So that would be, if it's not adopted on first reading, then there would be a second reading next week.
And would you tell us what the slight change is?
I believe there's a change in the, item 57 includes a change in the reference to the fund, from a special event fund to council fee subsidy fund, and that would be that change. In addition, as a result of the discussions that occurred last time this matter was considered by you, there are a couple of clarifications that I think council wanted to have made, and I've included those as well, including the authority of each council member to determine how much from the citywide fund would go to a citywide event that's held in their district. That clarification is included as well. And the application of the $5 million operating budget limitation was clarified to apply to all of the events as well.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz, followed by Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you. I have a question on efficiencies, because I'm concerned that we don't just wind up saying, okay, we're cutting X amount, so we'll provide X amount less for funding, as opposed to finding all the efficiencies in the process that we can. And as an example, I've been told that at farmers markets, we send out an inspector every single week, even if the market has been going routinely for a number of years. And I'm wondering whether we're looking closely at things like that, whether you could have an inspector come out every 3 months or 6 months when things are moving in such a routine way.
Now, speaking for the Bureau of Street Services, we actually don't send an investigator out to each market. We don't charge for an ongoing inspection each time an event occurs. We do an inspection of the location when we receive a permit application. We attend the planning meetings and so forth as a part of processing the application, but we do not require an on-site inspection for each event. Other departments, though, do come on scene for other services that must be provided each time they do the event, and these are things that are outside of the Bureau of Street Services.
Are there any ways to identify those and do them less frequently?
I would defer to those departments, the Building and Safety, the Fire Department, Department of Transportation at times, has personnel at these events on a more regular basis than we would.
I don't know if there's anyone else that can answer that question from those departments.
Councilmember, as previously mentioned, for farmers markets through the past couple of years, we've gone through that exercise with our traffic officers. So my understanding is, with the exception of one or two where specifically requested by a council office because of a traffic related matter, officers were deployed for a few hours at the very end where they were breaking it down. But for farmers markets or block parties, we've already gone through that exercise, and that's not a cost for DOT.
Now, I know there's a regular weekly charge, I think, for DOT, although I've been told by some that they rarely actually show up and make the inspections. So do we have a sense of that in any way? And what the weekly charge is for?
Right. So Lynn, when she comes back, maybe she can answer that, council member. But again, if we're not deploying officers, we're not charging. We're not deploying officers, we wouldn't be charging. And as I mentioned, we have, really we're not deploying to any of the farmers market throughout the city right now, with the exception of a few. And for those, we provide our cost estimates to CLA.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could, the gentleman who has a speaker's card is from the Pacific Palisades.
Would you prefer him, and then after you, then you next?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that. Mr. John Edwards on number 17. Mr. Edwards, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Rosendahl, and thank you very much, Council. I know many of you support farmers' markets, but I would say that I'm going to ask you to exempt them today from this ordinance. The fact is, there are many parts of this ordinance that would be very detrimental and probably close down farmers' markets. I understand by the way, we are in favor of an electronic filing system, and we are in favor of paying some fees when it's worked out correctly. We have been told that our fees for farmers markets, one in Brentwood, is $98,000 a year. Now, I know we're told today, well, that's not right at all. There are no costs. But 2 years ago, we were told, yes, that definitely was the cost. I've been going to committee meetings now for 6 years. And it was clearly the trend that farmers' markets would be exempt, and again, not to be exempt from helping the city in the crisis, not to be exempt from a filing system, but it should not be in this ordinance. For example, one of the things, we have 9 markets, and the fact of the matter is our deposits are 9 markets, and then it rains one day. Do we get our deposits back? Are they carried over? That would be a cash flow problem for us. Another issue, there is a clean-up deposit in this ordinance. We asked private companies to remove our solid waste, our liquid waste. We clean, we steam clean, we pay all that. And now we would have to pay in advance for a cleanup deposit, which would that be $100, $500 on 9 markets. Now, would we have those returned on a weekly basis? Would 50 farmers markets in LA have to have this pay one week, get them back next week, pay next week, get them back the next week? Councilwoman Hahn quite rightly said, City Hall can't cope with this. Small farmers markets couldn't cope with this at all. We would be finished. Of our 9 farmers markets, 7 will be closed with this ordinance. One on Swarthmore Street. It's a shame that Councilman Alacon is not here. He says, why has never the economic benefits of farmers markets been, or any special event, been told? If I could just, in 15 seconds, is it?
How about 5?
All right. Well, in Swarthmore, no shop was open on a Sunday. Every single shop is open now, so whatever sales tax they pay, whatever payroll tax, we are responsible directly for 1/7 of that.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you.
Mr. President,
And thank you very much.
Like to help your constituents out.
That was very kind of you. I have a lot of farmers markets in my district, probably more than any other district in the city. My folks have engaged actively in it over the years. We have a great one in the Pacific Palisades. You have a great one in Brentwood, a great one in West LA, a great one in Mar Vista, a great one in Venice, a great one in Playa Vista, a great one in Westchester. We have them all over the place. They're very active, very engaged. If I were to lose my farmers markets through this process here, it would be a huge sort of pain in my communities, and I just want you to know that. Like Swarthmore, for instance, in the Palisades, a simple little block. My folks are more than willing to pick up the barriers, put the barriers, buy the barriers, do whatever we need to do ourselves. We don't want to be incurred with a lot of costs that we can't afford to do. And what would be really helpful for me, I go to my farmer's market every Sunday in Mar Vista. Everybody knows me. I'm there. I'm doing constituent hours. My Mar Vista Neighborhood Council has a booth there. It's a community expression besides just getting good, healthy food, which we all like as well. And I can't afford to lose that expression of democracy. Here's my ultimate dream. A would be carve out farmers markets from this policy today so that we have 90 to 180 days to drill down on the actual costs for each city department to incur. That would be my ultimate dream. A backup position is treat small farmers markets just as we treat block parties in this proposed policy, exempt them. They basically run themselves right now, have their own barriers for street closures, do not require DOT to post no parking signs. And wherever DOT has been involved with us, let's work that out so that they don't have to come. We'll be more than happy to put up our signs and do it themselves. No parking signs or already have permanent signage or are willing to pay for those signs. They're willing to do that. I'd like to ask the CLA to report back in 30 days on the criteria for what determines a small farmer's market and ways we can deal with them to help cut costs. And the last point I want to make is after that, the CLA come back in 30 days with a system whereby the city staff, including building and safety, fire, DOT, street services, have to physically check in on the site with the farmer's market at the manager of the market. This way, the staff at the market organizer will know that the staff came out to inspect the site. If they don't check in, the city staff cannot charge the market for costs incurred. Frankly, if I had my way, there'd be very little city involvement at all. My folks are willing to step to the plate. And if we could find a way to work that out so there's no burden on DOT, no burden on the other groups, that is what I would prefer to do in my district. Any comments from anybody there? Lynn, you got a nice smile on.
Councilman, I think your idea about having city staff check in with the market organizer is a great idea because it will ensure that both sides are aware that the other is there doing their work.
Correct.
And I would go so far to say as if the department did not check in, then the market should either get a refund or a credit for the following permit.
Yeah.
Period.
And I appreciate that, too. And when I was there this last Sunday, anecdotally, one of my block party people were getting very upset because they were going to be incurring costs, and they're willing to pick it up. Farmers market people said, we've never seen a traffic control person until just this weekend, and so they don't need them. So if we would have time enough where each one of my farmers market could sit down with the city and work out the issues, I'll be happy as a clam. But until then, I don't want to in any way destroy or negate what these farmers markets do.
We'll work with you on that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, for that.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Huizar, followed by Mr. Labange, Ms. Hahn, and Mr. Parks.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Rosendahl, I totally agree with you. We have to support those existing farmers markets, and in fact, in my district, we're looking to expand farmers markets. In some areas of my district, such as Boa Heights, it is difficult for some of our residents to find fresh produce, and so one of the options we are working on is to create more farmers. In fact, we don't have a farmers market in Boa Heights, and we're looking to start one. We've been doing a lot of work these last few months, and certainly we don't want to do anything to inhibit us from creating more. I've submitted a motion that speaks to an amended motion that speaks to some of the issues raised by Mr. Rosenthal. He seconded the motion that will ask for a list of all certified farmers markets in the city and a full accounting of what city staff costs are associated with their operations. In addition, we're asking for a report on the feasibility of offering certified farmers markets a single annual permit for the events and not have them go back every week for a permit. This will certainly not only make things easier for the farmers markets, but it will possibly preserve some funding if they can show it does not hit our general fund at all. It also asked for a proposed list formed with input from all the council offices of how some of these markets can actually be treated as block parties if they fit into that definition, and which qualify as citywide events. So we have a clearer picture that maybe we could put more farmers markets as block parties if they fit that definition. And finally, we're asking for a more clear definition or possibility as to when council office can subsidize the remaining costs of citywide farmers markets that are in our districts. That is that clear right now under the existing ordinance. This doesn't resolve a lot of the concerns that have been raised about the farmers markets, but it does help us to have a clearer picture to support farmers markets, and certainly to help us move forward with the overall policy, I believe, which we need to move forward with. I've heard it over and over in Budget and Finance, and we certainly, I think, need to move forward with the overall policy. We are continuing to expend money without any rules and regulations in this area. We need to get a grasp of it, move forward, but we do need to pay attention and address the issues raised by the farmers markets so that we do not inhibit any more from opening, and we support those that exist. So I ask for your vote on the amending motion. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may clarify two of the points that were raised by Councilmember Huizar. The ordinance provides for a permit to be issued for up to 1 year for recurrent farmer market already. So that's included in the ordinance. There's also no limitation, assuming that a farmer's market qualifies as a citywide event and receives partial funding from the citywide fund for that farmer's market. There's no limitation on the council office use of the district funds for special events as well for that farmer's market. There's nothing like that in the ordinance.
30 days so that we just make this a lot clearer. Some of these questions weren't, the answers weren't as clear before. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LeBonge?
Thank you very much. I want to talk to the representative of the Department of Transportation. Have your representatives gone out and talked to farmers markets?
Many of the locations, yes, our traffic officers, lieutenants, or sergeants have been working with those folks.
But also, like someone from, God bless all the traffic officers, but someone from your administration. Is this going to be a shock to them?
Are you talking about what the new policy is, Council Member? As I mentioned, right now for the past few years, DOT has not really been at those locations because we've figured out a way to be more efficient, as Councilmember Koretz mentioned. So farmers market is not the issue for us. There's a few exemptions where there's one, I think, in Mar Vista or in other locations where, based on the request of the council and the traffic safety situations, officers are deployed during the breakdown period. We have not gone to any of the neighborhood councils or gone one-on-one with any of them.
What about the Hollywood Farmers Market, which is in Mr. Garcetti's district? Which is a T intersection of Ivar to...
Right. I believe that's just done with cones and barricades. And again, if it's requested, on some occasions, DOT has shown up.
And you're fine, they could operate it? And
we have not had any problems or complaints.
how about the Largemont neighborhood council?
That's done on off-street in one of our, the lot that we own.
Right.
So again, that's absolutely no problem. Permanent signs have been put up in the lot.
Yeah, I don't see the free parking in the garage on Sunday.
We have some signs on barricades.
But I don't see a real sign, like the sign
we're working on that.
could make for you over there at Piper Tech.
Based on your request, we're working on that,
And
Councilmember.
then, is it free parking on Sunday there?
It is free parking on
And that's
Sunday
free
in the
parking
parking lot.
All day or just 1 hour?
It is all day, but the on-street, just in the Larchmont portion,
Or
is...
they put money in the meter,
meters.
and they are only hours on there. The gentleman who spoke from Mr. Rosenthal's district said that some streets from a 6-day street becomes a 7-day street. And I think we should take that into effect. You know what a 7-day street is?
I'm going to wait and listen to you, Councilmember.
No, it's a street that all of a sudden was a sleepy street because there was no farmer's market, but then all of a sudden it becomes a street because there's activity there. We need to view that as an important aspect. And I think throughout the city, people are calling for these neighborhood farmers markets to make a difference in their lives and also bring community together. There's a transformation. People tell me when they go to a market, they feel good about when they go to a market and they see people in a different aspect as opposed to going to a store. So I think that's an important aspect, and you should be very proud that the Department of Transportation has worked with community to try to make a 7-day street or a community event. I want to thank Mr. Parks. I also want to thank Ms. Hahn, and I want to thank Ms. Hahn a little more because it's important that we remember what we're here for. We're here to celebrate the city. And I know we're also supposed to be fiscally proper, but at the same time, we should bend over backwards to help people in any way they can to celebrate the city. Farmers markets celebrate the city. And Mr. Rosendahl, I heard what you spoke there in your dream. I also think, members, we have to dream a little more. And at times, I did this when I worked for John Farrar, our deputies and our offices, our council office, must learn to provide more service to the community without taxing the city departments to where they can. We have to have that flexibility to help celebrate the city, but our deputies may have to learn a little more to where we can help people continue to celebrate, because I don't want to see us shut down the celebration of Los Angeles because of these challenges that we have. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, I don't want to take staff's time belaboring this concern. In fact, the work that staff has done, I think, has been commendable under the circumstances, and they've done what they've been asked to do. Mr. Parks has spent too much time on this issue, and with all due respect, I don't think this is a real issue. I think it has been driven by a few naysayers who really don't care about creating interesting projects in the community and having events that really define our culture, our behavior as human beings, how we interact. And so I think that the main problem I have is the amount of money that we are cutting from the events budget. I think it's wrong. It should be at a par with all the other cuts, if anything, and I would support that. But to cut essentially 50% out of the events budget is to, I think, cut 50% out of the heart and soul of what the community wants. And the interesting thing is, I think that when we're going to find out about this is when you start getting all these requests from people and you say, you know what, I'm out of money. Or I have to introduce a motion to get some special money from someplace else, or scramble and use some other money that I shouldn't, or raise money from a business, and then they're going to say, well, why are you coming to me? You never came to me for this event before. And then we're going to say, uh-oh, we dug ourselves into a big hole here, and we're not going to be able to respond to the community the way that they want. Remember, they come to us with these requests for the city to help sponsor these events. And I just think that we should not act because of a few naysayers. I do not want Zumadog dictating policy for the city of Los Angeles. That is wrong. And 99.9% of the people that see him believe me. So I think we should not do this. I think we should cut in a more reasonable way, consistent with the other cuts that we made in the city, and take control of this issue, as opposed to let a few people control what we know is good for the people of Los Angeles. Ironically, I use this money less than anybody else of the 15 council districts. My district uses the less. Mr. Cardenas, the most interesting man in the world, I call him Dos Equis now that he's grown this beard. And Ed Reyes, Ruben Blades over there with his goatee. Okay, the Latinos got that one. But anyway, we shouldn't do this. Culture, events, however they may be. If somebody wants to define cultural event around cupcakes, let them. That's their community. They define it. If they want to do it around olive trees or Native American history or ethnic history or whatever, they are defining it. They come to us and ask us to help them with that, and I think that's what we should do. So I'm asking that we vote against this. I'm voting against it, not because of the tremendous work and effort that has been put in by people that I respect very tremendously, but because we should stand up to these naysayers who say our city is going down and they're going to help take it down. I refuse to give it to them. I'm going to work with the community that is out there making events to make those events happen. I'm going to work with a community that wants to build the city up with activity and culture and arts, and they're the ones that I'm going to support. And I wish that we did not have to see this where we're going to have small events cut by the hundreds because of this kind of action.
Ms. Hahn?
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Yes, amen. I think what you said is absolutely right. And colleagues, if I hear one more time that we've been working on this for 8 years, I don't know whom that makes more incompetent. The council members that have been working at it for 8 years, or the city staff who, in my opinion, has not given us the information we need to craft an ordinance that makes sense. When I'm looking at these cost analysis, you're basically admitting that you have made up these costs. These are made up costs, council colleagues. They are fake costs. You don't know how much they cost. Councilmember Weezer is bringing forth a motion that says in the next 30 days, let's get a correct cost analysis of our farmers markets. And when we approve that amendment, we're basically saying we don't have an accurate accounting of the cost of farmers markets. We've heard time and time again, sometimes the inspectors go out, maybe sometimes they won't go out, maybe sometimes we have DOT, maybe sometimes we don't have DOT, maybe there's signs, maybe there's permanent signs that we can put up. We do not have an accurate accounting of these costs. And Richard, I agree with you. I think some of the naysayers that have come down to City Council and spoken have said we are giving the city away by waiving these costs. But may I remind everyone that just because we have waived cost does not mean we have absorbed that same number into the city budget, because it has been a guesstimate. When I look down at some of the costs, I do not know how you arrived. The most expensive event in my district is Navy Days, and there's a cost attached to it of $10,000. I have no idea how you came up with that cost for Navy Days. That's more expensive than, events that are longer and have more, are more labor intensive. Navy Days, I can't imagine how the city absorbs $10,000 for that event. And yet now that's the cost, and if I want to help subsidize that, I'm going to be asked to subsidize $5,000. How do I know that that is a real cost? I think that's my problem. You should have spent, city staff, every one of you up there, should have spent the last 8 years analyzing the true cost of every single event. Then I believe we could have crafted an ordinance that made sense to subsidize it. When we're talking about cutting 50%, we don't even know if that's the real cost. We do not have a real accurate cost. We've all found that not to be true when we've done our own surveys of our own events. So you're giving us a fake cost that we are supposed to subsidize with real dollars.
I'd like to comment and just say that the proposed policy that's going forward is going to be estimates that are actually from the departments that will be doing the support work. And they
estimates. They're estimates. Well, and we're not going to find out the real accounting until after the event.
Right.
And then who gets refunded the money when you realize that your estimate was over it? Does my office budget get refunded that money? Does the nonprofit get refunded the money? I mean, this is an accounting nightmare. Actually, every one of you should have been spending the last 8 years, when you knew that we were working on a policy that would make us more accountable and more transparent and more efficient to the taxpayers, you should have at least had a real-time, real-live accounting of what these costs are, so we wouldn't have spent the last 8 years being criticized for waiving fees which were not even real. You've said it yourself. If I hear estimate one more time,
They are.
they're estimates. And that's unfortunate that 8 years, folks, city staff could not figure out the real cost of all these events. Many of them happen annually. So they've happened 8 times. And we're still estimating costs. That, my friends, is irresponsible. When we're crafting an ordinance for the first time in the history that will affect nonprofits, that will affect the very fabric and lifeblood of organizations in this city who like to give back, who like to bring something of excitement and benefit to residents of Los Angeles, that you all have not had the decency to have real estimates and real costs of these events so that we could craft an ordinance that was true and honest and transparent to the taxpayers of Los Angeles.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd just like to say that we've beat this horse till it's dead. It's important that, again, that we remember that this is a cost saving. This is how this came to our attention. Department heads coming through the budget saying they can't afford the unlimited waivers. There's nothing in our districts that we have unlimited funds for. All of us want more street surfacing, we want more trees trimmed, but there's nothing that's unlimited. And this is a manner in which we're putting a dollar figure on this issue so that everyone could manage it within their district. I think it's important to know that it's said by 2 or 3 of the city officials here is that if there's a cost on an estimate and it's not used, it isn't paid. So therefore, you don't have any loss. I think the other issue is the year-long permits for neighborhood for farmers markets is in place in the ordinance. You can get 1 permit for the year, so you don't have this rumor that everybody has to come in and get it each and every time. We also have a timeline in which Pete tells us we're going to have at least 30 days from today, if this is approved, before this ordinance becomes effective. Every council office has within their own wherewithal to go out to their community and look at their farmers markets and find if they can go on city property, private property, if these are the type of secondary streets they can make as it relates to it becoming a community event as opposed to a special event. So all these things are within our wherewithal. Again, I would not like to see us go and have an in-between system, that we not approve a policy, we not approve a system, and then we keep waiving. And the issue is that we've seen on waivers, just ask the general managers that come before Budget and Finance and ask them what does it do to their department budgets when we don't give them the money and we allow unlimited waivers. It causes them havoc, they can't succeed, and they can't be successful. So I think we have an option of putting the system in place. We said before it's something that could be tweaked as we move along, but I think we've covered everybody's issue that could ever conceive of one, whether having a diverse, in the sense of each office having the ability to have their own say about the money, having citywide events that are larger, setting in place a motion where DOT is going to talk to these revenue-producing locations and get contracts with them. We've covered the gamut. And so we can just say we don't want to do it. We can say that it's too tough a decision or whatever it is. The issue is it doesn't help the departments if we don't come up with a policy and a ordinance today and we keep prolonging these issues in which we don't come to a final conclusion. So I'd ask for an aye vote on this issue so we can move it forward, we can get the ordinance in place, and each one of our offices are responsible for going out in the community to determine how this is going to impact them. We've been advising people in the 8th District now for 8 months what's going to happen, that we're not going to do certain things, that they're prepared for it. and that's the only way we're going to train them as to what's going to happen in the future. So I'd ask for an aye vote so we can move this forward and begin to see how this system will then give us the most accurate figures we've had in our careers as to what special events actually cost.
Mr. Reyes.
Have to call the question, please.
All right. There's no objection. We have to vote on calling the question, correct? There is no objection to calling the question. All right, so then we will open the roll on this item. Close the roll. Mr. Koretz.
Are we voting on just the item or the item and the additional amendment?
There are amendments before council that would be voted on today.
But right now, we're just voting on
But for
this
clarification, I do believe we need to find out if the question has been called.
Mr.
And
City Attorney.
without objection.
The question has been called without objection.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
What's the question?
Clerk Matter. Mr. Clerk. the
Trying to
question
clarify
has been
whether or
called
not there
without
was no objection to the question being called.
From colleagues. Is Mr. Labange, are you objecting?
I could object because I had a question.
If there is an objection, this is 10 votes.
Okay, I have a question.
So the roll should be opened on
We have
the
to open
previous
the roll
question.
then on whether or not
do I vote?
calling the question, and then we'll see if it passes. So open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 2 noes.
So that would close debate.
Vote for me.
All right.
Madam President, before the council gets into the amendments, I do believe there were additional speaker cards that had not been heard yet.
We also have some amendments we need to vote on. All right, Dr. Clyde Williams. Dr. Williams, are you present? Mr. John Walsh.
A proud naysayer. And you've done a wonderful job, Mr. Parks. And you know this racism up here. Some of these people talk 15, 20, 25...
Madam President, he should be directing his remarks to the council as a
Stop the
whole.
clock, please. Stop the clock. Mr. Walsh, Mr. Walsh, you're going to have to get back on topic, or I'll have to turn your mic off.
I am making a
Start the clock.
Mr. Parks, when he was speaking on the issue, was made fun of and told he was talking too long, and that the white members treat the minority members of this organization like that. Nay, the naysayers saving you $2.5 million today, and then you're going to blame it on us. You make fun of us. We are here as watchdogs, and thank God for Parks. And thank God that he's a real gentleman when he has had to deal with racism at the police department since you were in your 20s. So this is minor racism for you. But we know the difference between this racism and other racism, as you know, Chief Parks, this is politically correct racism. Thank you. You're winning today 10-2. We're all winning. And as Han said, the days of closing the streets are over.
Donna Pierman in the San Fernando Valley. Is Donna Pierman there? San Fernando Valley. She's gone? Mr. Matthew Dowd here in the council chamber.
Yes, massive issue, one of our biggest things we've talked about, triumphant victory, but you're talking about us and you're not exactly explaining the facts as we presented it. Now let me tell you what's going on. The city and the mayor and the city council allowed the LACER fund and the pension commissioners to lose all the pension money, so the city, budget and finance, has to pay $660 million out of our $1 billion revenue. So there's no money left because you lost it all. So yes, cuts. Get used to it. Mr. Parks already explained in his district. No, get used to it. But we didn't ask to rip the heart and soul out of the committee. The mayor of Los Angeles has ripped the heart and soul out of the community. And the LACER fund commissioners and everybody who lost all the money out of the general fund because we got to pay for all the mistakes. So Zuma Dog, who was mentioned, he'd like to remind you that we talked about all these Academy Awards and corporate events and all these commercial things that you were just throwing the money at forever. We never ever said no to real community-based events. In fact, that's our number one premise, is getting your money into the community and not doing all these consulting and front-end loaded management. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of getting misrepresented over here. Mr. Alarcon. So stop talking about Zuma Dog this and Zuma Dog that. He'd be the best one you'd ever have in here so far when it comes to policy. And Mr. Parks is obviously acknowledging that.
You stop the speaker's clock for a second. And again, sir, I would like to remind you to address the council as a legislative body and to not address individuals. Please start the clock again.
Well, you just screwed up because I never once addressed anybody. I'm talking about them. Do you not understand the third person, Mr. Attorney? You're wasting my time. September 22, you can vote for Zuma Dog because he was right. And I want that 10 seconds back.
Mr. Michael Hunt.
But please listen to my colleague, Matt Dowd. He has some valid points there. Please listen to Zuma Dog. Stop wasting the city's money. $2.5 million here is at stake, and you guys could settle out the lawsuit for that much. Thank you.
Mr. William Delvac.
Honorable members of the council, William Delvac. As much sense as it makes to the city to have a policy that recovers costs with regard to special events, the holders of those special events should have some certainty as to what those costs are. The proposal, the ordinance, does not make allowance for determining those costs. If the costs and the deployment are uniquely in the hands of the city, that puts especially events that are held by nonprofits, which may hold events that don't get the subsidy, at risk of over-deployment or over-cost runs. So while the proposal may well make sense as a matter of general policy, in fairness to the holders of special events, there ought to be a mechanism for resolving the deployment and the costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delvac. Mr. Clerk, we have two official amendments before us with respect to 17, the 17A and 57A. Are there any other amendments?
The only other item is on the agenda, which is the communication from the Budget and Finance Committee with that amending motion. And 57A is actually amending 57B on the agenda, the third item. Does council wish to take these separately?
Yes. And just for clarification, I understand Mr. Rosendahl made a verbal motion. I want to clarify whether that's still on the desk or not.
My hope is, to be candid, I raised all those points. They nodded their heads. They said they're going to work with me on these issues, and I'm very comfortable that we could move forward with it. And taking Mr. Parks' lead, frankly, over the next 30 days, let's work it out. I'll come back screaming if some of my farmers' markets can't function.
Okay. 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 All right, great. So let's take these in order. And on
Madam President, the last motion introduced was 17A, and that is the Weezer-Rosendahl motion.
Why don't you give people a synopsis on the record of that motion? Does everybody have 17A in front of them?
Madam President, I believe I'm being informed by the city attorney, item 57 should be taken first.
All right.
And that would be 57 as it is agendized with 57A.
57A, which states?
Is amending the amending motion on the agenda Item 3, instead of the transfer the budgeted funds, it is saying revert the unexpended and available balance in the GCP line item, special fund fee subsidy to the reserve fund, and eliminate this line item.
All right, no further questions or comments, so would you please open the roll on 57A, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
All right, that takes care of 57A. Then we go to 17A.
Well, actually, Madam President, now you would take 57 as amended.
Okay, 57 as amended. Open the roll on that, please. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
All right.
And now that would leave item 17A.
All right, now do we do the amended first and then do 17 as amended? We have before us 17A or 17 as amended.
Madam President, I'm looking to the city attorney for some guidance on this. So what's before council now is the amending motion 17A by Councilmember Weezer and Rosendahl.
Thank you for the clarification. Open the roll. Close the roll. This is 17.
This would be 17 as amended by A.
17, which includes 17A, as amended.
And the city attorney has prepared and given the clerk the new ordinance. So this would now be a first read.
It's included in the vote. All right, so are we all clear? Should we go over this one more time? Mr. Clerk, if you would please clarify what we're voting on.
Council would be voting on motion 17A, which was introduced by Councilmember Weezer, seconded by Mr. Rosendahl, and the 17 on the agenda, which is the second read of the ordinance. The city attorney has prepared a new ordinance in response to this amending motion. So what would be before council is the amendment with the ordinance, and it would be a first read ordinance.
All right, are we ready to open the roll on that? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 3 noes.
And that ordinance will now go over for a second read 1 week from today, September 8th.
All right, very good. Next item.
Item 2, called special for cards.
Doug Haynes will be our first speaker on item 2. Is Mr. Doug Haynes present in the chamber? Mr. Walsh, John Walsh, you have 2 minutes left to speak today.
I've spoken 1 minute on 1 and 1 minute on 57. You can check that out. I have 3 minutes. Anybody with the time clock out there, you can count it in the audience. Building and safety, I want to say, unfortunately, we're hoping Mr. Andrew Edelman be here. He's been removed. And I want you to know that we have checked the medical documents of the woman who claims she's raped, and she claims that she was violated with multiple sex toys. Way to go, multiple sex toys. That was 35 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, next person. Your time's up, Mr. Walsh. Thank you very much.
35 seconds.
No, you went off topic. Thank you. Veronica Perez-Becker, please.
Building and safety management off topic.
Good afternoon, council members. Veronica Perez Becker with the Central City Association. We'd like to thank the Building and Safety Department for their excellent work and for reaching out to stakeholders early and often about proposed changes. We believe that the proposed building and safety fee increases before you are reasonable and due after 13 years with no increase. These increases are necessary to continue and improve the excellent service to applicants that Building and Safety provides, and we're pleased to be here to support them today. Thank you.
Mr. Zumadog, I believe there's no one left out in Van Nuys. Mr. Dowd put in a card, but he is done for the day. So that is the end of our speaker cards. Mr. Reyes, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask the staff to come forward, Building and Safety. Colleagues, this is a effort to recoup some of the costs that we have incurred. This only applies to 30% of the fees impacted that have been adjusted. I want to thank the department for their hard work. I want to thank Councilor Parks for reviewing this particular item in his committee as well. This was not done in a vacuum. This was done in such a way where we contacted a whole range of stakeholders through the process. So again, I want to thank the staff for their thoroughness. And again, this allows us to increase the fees, and compared to 23 other jurisdictions, ours are relatively low. So we're adjusting it so that we can at least be at par with those cities around the region. So with that, I'd like to have the staff respond to any questions. Well, thank you again. Is there anything else we should be sharing with my colleagues on this matter that needs to be elaborated?
Good afternoon. Ray Chan, Building and Safety. As Council Member Reyes just mentioned, that we did a study to see if the fees of building and safety are cost recovery. And based on our finding, the 70% of our fees actually are cost recovery, except for 30%. And this 30% of fees related to the plan check and also inspection of electrical, mechanical, plumbing, and grading disciplines. I want to reiterate the point that we are not increasing any plan check or permit fees for building permit. Now, the 30% fees that are not recovered because we have not raised these fees for 13 years. And that's why we're much lower than the other jurisdiction. And this proposal was worked closely with CAO and also with City Attorney's Office. And we went through a very accurate cost recovery analysis to come up with a fee increase. And we hope that you would approve the proposal today. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
No other questions? No further speakers in the queue? No cards on this item, so please open the roll. Close the roll. All right, press your button, Mr. Parks. Mr. Parks?
Yeah, I'd just like to make one amending motion, is that we put a date 3 times in the committee report that said you're going to do annual reviews.
Yes.
And we said starting 2012, and that should be 2011, because this year you've pretty well got to the end of the year. There's no need to do it this year.
Right.
But we want to get back on that annual cycle, but it should be 2011, and there's 3 places in the Budget and Finance Committee report that identifies 2012. We need to change that to 2011. Sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Thank you. All right, we will open the roll now on this item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item.
Madam President, forthwith.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Reyes. Next item.
Item 55, call special for cards.
And for the record, that last item, the ordinance carries over to next week.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We have a card here from Shirley Powell.
My issue is with LA Housing, and the reason I'm here today because the agency has violated my rights. They've put my life into jeopardy. I have been physically attacked by a 6'2", 185-pound man. I have a degenerative disc, and I've been re-injured. Everyone that I called at housing, my building was put into REAP. I've been double jeopardized. Not only did they come to my apartment and offer to lower my rent's 50%, I live in the building. It's owner occupied. I rent the top 2 units. I have a letter from one tenant stating that there's nothing wrong with his apartment, and I do all the repairs, and I understand that we need to be regulated. However, I'm not a slumlord, and I have tenants that will come here and testify to that. Coalition of Economic Services, they come out. I have a paper here where they come out mafia style, where they approached me, the owner, telling me all the benefits of paying my rents into REAP and taking a discount. I was cleared where the tenant utilizes the program to just abuse me and to keep getting rent reduction as I make repairs. She continually destroyed everything that I do. They come out, they made me get rid of an antique car. Today, I just got a call from one of Councilman Wesson's workers letting me know that I have 19 new violations, and I'm assuming I got them within the last couple of days. The double jeopardy they give her a 50% discount on the rents. I understand that. Then they take my rent.
Ma'am, you're out of time. Thank you very much, and I suggest that you maybe go to the rope, and if one of Mr. Wesson's deputies is here, you can finish your conversation with her. Thank you very much. No further speakers in the queue on that item, so if you would please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 10 is still on the desk, and that was called special for cards.
Brett Rubin. Is Mr. Rubin still here? Mr. Brett Rubin. All right, it appears that Mr. Rubin is no longer in the chamber, and there are no additional cards on that item. No speakers in the queue, so please open up the roll on this item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 58 called special for cards and by Councilmember Hahn.
All right, Ms. Hahn, would you like the speakers to go first? All right, Dr. Williams, not present. Mr. Dowd has used up his time for today. Is Mr. Michael Hunt, does he still have time for today? Mr. Michael Hunt? He does not appear to be present. And Yvonne Michelle Autry, she's present. Please come forward.
Yes, thank you. If I understand correctly, I hope this agenda item is related or relative to the use of the monies that have been collected because of the parking meters or some associated fund that is now a general fund, if I'm to understand correctly. In wearing this T-shirt, I hope that the city would prove me wrong in using the money to benefit those who are the most indigent, not just black people, homeless people, women, children, veterans, providing housing, using the monies that have not been used to examine and to resolve the DNA and rape kits. These are monies I think that would be put to the most effective use. Traditionally, or at least in the last budget meetings, the majority of the monies did go towards the development of the police station or the construction thereof. And I would like to see more money, like I said, reinvested in the community. I do not want to live in a jail. I'm not going to jail. Okay, I'm not going to go there.
Madam President, I don't believe she's talking about P3.
I just wanted to make my statements relevant to the monies that are now being,
But it's not relevant to item number 58.
the general fund, the monies in the general fund due to the collection from the parking meters. Is that
Still not relevant.
You can please try and stay on topic.
Well, again, I just wanted the money to be recycled in the community most effectively, most efficiently to benefit the most indigent members of the community who had been affected detrimentally because of the budget cuts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Hahn.
Yes. Thank you. Do we have staff on this item? CAO, CLA, somebody? Anybody? Hello? Staff? Any staff on this item?
Where's the CAO? Here we go. No.
Okay, so this item authorizes an additional $130,000 for a P3 study. And if I recall, the P3 study was something that was in our approved budget that looked to, I forget what it was 80 million or something that we thought we as a city could absorb or get if we sold off our parking meters, our parking structures, public-private partnership. That's what the P3 stands for. I know that initially we had allotted $500,000 to study this or to audit this or to get a better accounting of what exactly our parking meters and structures were generating in terms of revenue versus how much it cost us to operate in them. I believe, if I recall, refresh my memory, that we moved off the parking meters and just decided to study the idea of our parking structures. So I guess my question would be, if the $500,000 was for the parking meters and the parking structures, and now we're only going to be doing the parking structure, why is it that we're appropriating an additional $130,000 to the $500,000 for this study and accounting? Hold my time, please.
Well, you are correct. There was an amount of $80 million that the council did not program because you weren't certain of the revenue. So if we do such a transaction, that money would go, it's part of the reserve fund, so it is not programmed. You are correct. You approved an initial $500,000 to start the studies. When you went through the budget hearings, it became clear that there was, in fact, another $3.5 million in the unappropriated balance to continue the studies. And what the council said at that point is, we don't want to spend that money. We want to focus on the valuation of the garages. We want to get good information on the meters to the extent that we can to help DOT figure out how to do business better, but wanted to focus on the valuation of the garages. So what the additional 130 would do is complete that analysis on if we were going to do a partnership on the garages, what would the valuation of that be?
So what was the $500,000 for?
It was actually, it was only the initial part of that. Part of the study was the $500,000.
But that was including of the parking meters in the beginning. So don't we have like extra money because we didn't do all the parking meters and we just focused on the structures?
No, basically part of the first $500,000, actually, there was some money that was spent for some financial advisors, and that was Scott Ballas to help us sort of look at the issue initially. Subsequently to that, we've hired Desmond to actually look at the parking structures and the system, and that is what the additional funds are for, is for them to complete that study, to look at optimization of the system. And report back
of the structures.
On the structures, but they also did a little bit of work when it came to meters, and so that information will be coming back, and we're going to be sitting down with DOT and looking at ways that they can perhaps their operation and look at ways that we can perhaps improve their operation.
Of the meters.
Of the meters, yes. So there's a number of dynamics here. One, to also look at the structures and the value of the structures, but also look at the meters as well and how DOT can move forward in perhaps a little bit more efficient, effective manner.
I mean, do we really need consultants and a big fancy study to tell us that the meters could be a lot more efficient if they used modern technology like credit cards. And I know our Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, I think, do these things where they have everybody has kind of a key on the end of their keys, and you keep adding to it, or it's like a debit card. I mean, do we really need a fancy consultant to tell us that they could be a lot more efficient if people were allowed to use their cell phones to add more money to the meters? I mean, don't we kind of know that technology exists? Why do we need to spend money on figuring out how to be more efficient with our parking meters? Of course, I'm sure the public would tell us we could be more efficient if we didn't charge any money at all for parking.
Yeah, that's true. And certainly, most of us have realized that basically if we can basically change over our technology, install new meters, et cetera, that we'd be more efficient. I think this is sort of validates just that assumption that we've had, but also just look at operationally some of the things that have come up. And that we're still trying to flush through all of the things that are coming out of the Desmond study, and so I don't have good answers right today, but certainly I think preliminarily some of the information I think is going to be very, very valuable for DOT's operation.
Right. I think what's unfortunate is that we went ahead and installed brand new meters when we upped the fee, and they were not technologically advanced meters. I think that's what shows incredible lack of efficiency and fiscal responsibility that DOT actually installed those meters when we know there's technology that can make them a lot more efficient with the public. So that was bad. I know I also raised, isn't this why we have a city controller? I mean, isn't the city controller supposed to audit departments for best practices, for efficiency, and then sort of report back on how we as a city family can be more efficient, can use taxpayer dollars more wisely, root out waste, fraud, and abuse? Isn't that something the city controller should be doing for DOT?
Well, it is, and there's certainly a role for the controller, and we are working with her office in going forward on this. But again, this is not so much an audit of a fiscal audit or a performance audit of what's occurring now. What we're getting out of this is...
I thought you did say it was looking at parking meters and how we can be more efficient.
What it is looking at is alternative technologies that other people are deploying, successes, failures.
Right, of our existing meters.
No, well...
Yes, that's what you
What
just
they're
said.
looking at is what other agencies, what kind of meters they have, what technology do they use? Do they use a credit card? Do they use a pay station?
Do we really need a consultant to tell us that?
I believe we do, yes.
Wow. I would think we could just look at neighboring cities who are using this technology and apply it.
And DOT has indicated that they will find this information helpful as well. But again, the primary focus...
Why don't we have DOT come up to the table?
But the primary focus of finishing this contract is to get the valuation of the structures so that you can make a determination about whether you're willing to do a P3 on those structures for that $80 million.
So, Mayor, we can't just look at, for instance, Manhattan Beach. I know there's a big story in the paper just recently on their new technology they're using for their parking meters. We can't just borrow that technology without paying for a consultant to...
Let me try to answer your question. The department for almost 18 months has done tests, pilot programs at no cost to the city. We've gone to 8 other major states throughout the country. So we did a lot of that homework on our own, tested things, asked your community and the public what forms of technology they like, pay at a machine or use a paper and walk back to a machine or to your car. So we did a lot of that and came to the council with an option of upgrading. At this point, it was about 15% of the city. Called that the extended pilot, learned from that, put that information into an RFP to then move forward and replace the entire program. So as this progress was coming along, I think the P3 discussion came, so it would make sense to go to an RFP if there was discussion for council to determine whether they like to do a public-private partnership. So that has been put aside. I think what is maybe before us is more of a focus on the structures, and my understanding is some of this money will go towards an operational and capital program for the structures, which then that would be a helpful thing
But
for the
we're also,
department.
you've said it, we've also said we're studying the meters through this 130,000.
My understanding is the consultants, up to a point, whatever work they did, and I think my understanding is going forward, there's no more additional either work or analysis or study that's being done on the meters, but that was just my opinion at this point.
So what is it, guys?
As I indicated, the original 500 was for both meters and structures.
But then we
We
moved
discovered
up.
there was another $3.5 million in the UB to complete that study. You said no.
Right.
We refocused it on structures.
Right.
And the additional 130 is to finish the structures. But the entire report that you're going to get is going to include some meter information that was started initially under the 500 before this body realized.
Okay, well, that's the first time you've said it that way, Jerry. Frankly, Ray kind of indicated that the 130,000 was also doing a report on some of the meters as well in terms of new technology that we could use. So that was a little different, Jerry, as you indicated.
Jerry explained it better than I did.
Yes, you didn't indicate it that way
Okay.
the first time you said it. So I just think we're all just trying to look at what this is, whether or not it's redundant, whether or not we need to appropriate another 130,000 to this. And again, Amir, it looks like the department's done a lot of their own work, which is very gratifying to us, that you've actually gone out there, talked to other cities, talked to constituents. It sounds like you've done a lot of good work. I think the unfortunate thing is that you installed new meters in places all over that were using old technology and could probably have been, we probably should have waited and installed smart meters when we did it. That's what's unfortunate.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to comment that when we had this in Budget and Finance, we struggled with this extra $130,000 because we'd gotten our admonition from Ms. Hahn before that $500,000 was the max. And so, but when we were advised that we get this operational manual and we get new information that helps LADOT put out their RFP, we thought it was an investment of the 130, but that we made it clear was the last of the funding for the studies. And when we get the information to LADOT and they go forward on the RFP, we'll get a better RFP. It will go hand in hand with the 20% of the meters they've already changed out. And our hope is to eventually get the other almost, 30-some-odd thousand left to where we'll be on all of that technology. But what's going to be beneficial is the operational manual to tell us about how to operate the structures better. And I think that's something that is well worth paying for, and that's why we went forward and said, and we also took advantage, Mr. Smith wasn't there to beat on us about this issue, so we voted it and said, let's go with the 130, but that's the max. Get all the information, help LADOT do the study on the RFP, and then move forward and come back with the structure and then the RFP, and I think we will have the best of all worlds.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. Who does the best parking in Southern California right now? What city? What municipality? There's 88 cities in Los Angeles County. We're one of them. There's 27 cities in Orange County.
Asking me?
I'll ask you a question.
LADOT has come from what I call the brinks of a parking nightmare to becoming, again, one of the leaders in the industry. So thanks to the leadership of this council.
Let's not judge ourselves, but what other city? Pasadena, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Long Beach?
Being the second largest parking program in the nation, I believe we're doing a fantastic job, and we have the best staff that is doing it. So
I'm all LA. I rip my shirt out, but I'm asking that you're not. I'm not talking about our staff. From if you were from the city of Miami and you wanted to look at other cities, that are you through the city of Spokane, Washington, smaller city. You want to look at other cities. What around us? What are you looking at? See, because here's three very smart individuals. Ray, can't say enough about you, Jerry, and yeah, I know, but also all three of you are very smart. I support the effort to do the study, but I also want us to look. I go to the League of Cities. I go to the conferences. There's booths there. There's people. There's ideas. I want to know if want to make sure we're getting the right. We're not just spending the money to just spend the money. We're going to get the right study, but also for us to look at. We do. I got a lot of ideas from other cities. I got the idea when I worked for John Farrell from Sunrise to Sunset Parks from Costa Mesa Beach one time. They said this beach is closed at sunset, and that helped us form an effort for parks to be sunrise to sunset here. I get ideas from other places. I get ideas from Southern California. Where are we looking around Southern California that's effective right now?
I believe
and Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, Department of Transportation and Water and Power are both excellent agencies. All need to be looked to improve to get best practices.
Councilmember, our approach to parking is not in isolation. Parking lives in, I think, the tying policy with planning department. So we're looking at a comprehensive parking program that includes policies, includes zoning requirements, includes technology, includes hours of operation. There's so many complex things that we are working on. We are in the leader, for example, on street sensors. This is where we can sense the vehicles and provide data real time to our traffic officers and also to central management system within our department. But in some areas, we've been behind other cities due to lack of funding, lack of management. We didn't have my position filled for 3 years in this department, some policy decisions. So there are other challenges, but we are getting there, and we're providing that information bit by bit for this council to make those decisions. And I believe this study right now is looking at some options for you to look at. What the department can't do is give upfront money. P3 can potentially give you upfront money, but the department, as an operational department, cannot provide upfront cash.
Yeah, Amir, I love you. I just want to tell you, what other city in the region? I love LA. Okay, is there a city here that, should I look at Pasadena? Should I look at, to see Manhattan Beach?
Well, as you know, I did manage Pasadena, so that list, that ranks up there, but I believe they all have, similar or different challenges. So there isn't a city right now that stands out in my mind saying they have the #1 parking program in the nation. It doesn't. We are in some areas ahead of the other cities.
Last question, I'll sit down. What parking meter or location produces the most revenue?
A few locations, but as far as a zone, downtown Civic Center area makes the most, and there are some in West LA that make the most.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lamont. Mr. Zine.
Public-private partnership for parking assets. Some of us go to National League of Cities, California League of Cities, independent cities, contract cities. They got vendors all over the place. They're all looking for business. Why do we have to do any kind of contract? Why can't we just put the word out, since we're the second largest city in the country, and they'd come knocking on our doors? Why do we have to go out and spend money when they want to sell their products to us or any other municipality? It seems that we do a lot of study and spending for outside folks, when I'm sure DOT has an administrative operation and a research section, like the police department, like the fire department. Why can't we do that instead of spending this money, since money is so tight in the city of Los Angeles? Any one of you three.
Well, you can. Primarily, again, what you're going to get out of this is if this council decides it wants to enter into a 20-year or 30-year or 40-year or 50-year lease with someone to operate anywhere between 5 and 10 city garages, how much money would we get for that? It was part of the budget discussions. The mayor proposed $80 million in the budget. The council moved it out until it got more information.
But we can't do that without going to an outside consultant? Why can't we do that internally We've got 40,000 city employees. We've got DOT, which has a staff of how many? How many thousands of people in DOT?
Roughly about 1,500 full-time and about
From the top down.
500 part-time, so about 2,000.
About 2,000 people. And you've got all these different departments that have all these people, and it seems that we could determine this, if someone wants to do it, with our internal research, with our internal operations. The city attorney's office has taken the cases from the outside counsel to inside, and they're doing a great job winning cases, which used to be given outside counsel. I don't understand why we can't use the employees that we have that we're paying for, that are dedicated to the city, for the answers that we're looking for without going to the outside sector and paying money for that.
Well, the financial expertise that it's going to require to be able to tell you what the value of those garages are if you enter into a partnership, the city does not have internally. That kind of financial expertise we need to get from the outside. Ultimately, you can make the decision about whether or not you want to enter into a partnership or whether you want to use the information to run the garages better ourselves. That will be the decision that will come before you. But to make the decision about whether or not you want to enter into that lease, you need someone to be able to tell the city how much money you can expect if you do that, and you do not have that financial expertise in-house.
We don't have that financial ability within the city family?
Not that kind of analysis. No, you don't.
And what we can get today may be different than what we can get tomorrow. I understand Chicago did this, and maybe it's working in Chicago, not necessarily will work here. We were going to get estimated $80 million for selling the whole kit and caboodle.
Well, it's unclear. There was some suggestion that that included meters, and it's been clear that the council doesn't want to move forward on the meters. So what we need to know is if you move forward on the structures, how much could you expect by entering into a public-private partnership with them?
And how many structures do we have in L.A. that we own?
Total, I don't know what is the total number?
We have a total of 118 facilities, council member, but this particular study is looking at 10 right now.
And how much are we going to spend on this?
Well, the total now will be $630,000.
For 10? $630,000 for 10? Don't you think that's a little expensive? How many firefighters did that put on the street, police officers, ambulances? We're talking about $500,000 to analyze 10 locations. Jerry, even in your math, that's a lot of money. I think that's preposterous, that we would even consider spending that kind of money on this type of project when we don't have any money, and we're talking furloughs and all the other disastrous situations. It's absolutely mind-boggling. We would even consider $600,000 to analyze 10 locations. Unbelievable. Preposterous. Blockbuster. Oh, did she use that term? I don't want to pick on you guys because I know you're dedicated, but really, in seriousness, it's really foolish to try and do this at that expense when we're so tight for money. And if we don't get our money together soon, we're going to be like many cities. They're going to start closing up shop. So we need to really reel it in and be serious about it. I know one issue on the agenda is different than the other issue as we talk about these items, but in all seriousness, that's an outrageous amount of money for an outside consultant analyzing. I don't care how much they're going to come up with. And that's just a possibility. It may work, it may not work. But we spent the money on something. And that's what the city has a tendency to do. We spend, we research, we look in 8 years to do this thing on the farmers markets, 8 years. I mean, that's when we got elected. No, we got elected before that as charter commissioners. And we were going to change the city. The charter was going to change the city and make it responsive. Reardon was going to turn L.A. around. I think we're still trying to turn it around. I like your goatee, Mr. Cardenas. And I mean the whole thing you got there. Anyway, I really think we need to analyze what we're spending money on. And I think that if we vote to support this, we should all open up a marijuana clinic. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I'm not going to go there, folks. That's the end of that one.
Thank you.
If I could ask Mike Keeley, if it would be all right, Madam President, to come on up and hold my time and speak for a couple of minutes. Mr. Keeley, Mr. Koretz, in a historic sense, before you joined our august body, and we're delighted to have you, he was working on this issue as a backdrop and a history. So I'd like to get your moment in time right now where we are and why we need to approve this.
I think, as has been explained, we've received the message loud and clear that there's no appetite for a meter deal. And as soon as we received that, not really from the council, but from the Budget and Finance Committee, primarily, we stopped work exploring the meters. I think, as Councilmember Parks pointed out, the additional funds that we've asked for are operational manuals that will guide the management of the structures for the next 50 years, regardless of whether you decide to do a concession on the structures or not. So the operational manuals will help us, help DOT, help all of us understand what we should be doing to maintain this. I think it's important to remember that these structures, the number 80 million has been thrown about, but that ignores the debt that's on the structures. This is a $200 million family of assets that we own already. And doing nothing is essentially an affirmative decision to do nothing. And you know the consequences of deferred maintenance citywide. So I concur with the Budget and Finance view that an operations manual telling us what we should be doing to take care of these assets is useful information, regardless of whether council decides to proceed with the concession.
Okay. What was Mr. Zine's issue about the money? How does that fit in when we talk about how, tough we are financially? Respond to that.
I spend 99% of my time on city budget issues. I certainly have a front row seat on the predicaments that we face. I do think the mayor has said that he would like to explore the P3, the consultant information that we have asked for and that we have already spent $500,000 on is intended really to maximize the value of the asset should council decide that it wishes to proceed with a concession. So, for example, your question, Mr. Zine, was, can't city staff do this? Well, we've gone to exactly the same people that did this work in Chicago, and the idea is that we are presenting to potentially, again, this is all coming to you in a few weeks, and you can decide to go in any direction you want. But should you elect to proceed with the concession, what bidders will receive is exactly the kind of information they received in Chicago, prepared by the same consultants that did the work in Chicago, and the expectation is that that helps maximize the value. You can walk away from it. You can decide that you're not interested in going in that direction, and if you do, we still have the value of operations manuals that will guide city staff going forward for the next 50 years. But should you decide that you want to proceed with the exploring the possibility of a concession, going to the investment community with a package of information that is exactly like and prepared by the same consultants as the information they received in Chicago gives that information substantially more credibility than it would have if we went to city staff, in addition to the point that you already heard, which is some question about whether city staff can do it. I want to say I have great confidence in city staff, and if this wasn't our first at-bat, I believe that we could do a lot more with city staff, and frankly, because we've heard the messages from this body and the mayor and everybody else about money, the city attorney is doing an excellent job of displacing work that at one time we thought might go to outside counsel. So in this deal, we know the structure deal is something that we can do a lot of work inside, so we're taking it inside wherever we can.
So taking that point and that energy that you're presenting here, we've spent $500,000 already, right?
Yes.
So we're looking at spending how much more?
130.
And that 130 will give you something that if we stop right now, we've just lost $500,000.
I think that if we stop right now, we've gotten still $630,000 worth of value in the form of reports that you will see at the next month that describes work on the situation in the meter system that is just information about the meter system.
No, that's why you're saying we need an additional 130, is so that we finally have a piece of paper and options and stuff to send out there. That the $500,000 didn't work, we needed another 130.
And as I think, as the chair said, the main point of the 130 was to get us to operations manuals that we know we need if we're going to proceed with the concession, but which even if you do not proceed with the concession are still very valuable in terms of helping us manage the assets that we already own.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Koretz.
I'm about to do everything with these motions today, right? We've already introduced. Yeah.
Mr. Koretz?
Yeah,
I know that Chicago has done the same thing we're talking about here. How much analysis or discussion did we have with the city of Chicago to see how they feel they're doing and whether they think this is a good idea for us to move forward with?
We have a number of members on the team that were directly involved in the Chicago transaction, and we've worked hard to make sure that we have participants that were on the front line in Chicago. In addition, we have dialogues going at the highest level between senior aides to the mayor to make sure that we get the benefit of the lessons Chicago has learned recently.
Well, the real question is, do they feel good about having done what they've done, and would they recommend it to us? Or, because I've heard sort of mixed things about that experience, and that there are some folks that think it was a big mistake. So what's our sense of what they've done, and how are we using that to guide whether we should be going down the same path?
I would say that the experiences you've read about, as you know, are pertaining to the meter deal, not the structure deal. And the meter deal is, as we've said, off the table at this point, just because there isn't much appetite for it. So on the structure deal, I don't believe Chicago's had any second thoughts at all. And remember, in both cases, they have $1.8 billion that they wouldn't have gotten had they not done those deals.
So most of the negative things that we've heard about have been about the meters and not about the parking structure.
I believe all of the negative things you've heard have been about the meter deal, which just closed in January of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cardenas.
Some people are raising their voices, and there's some dialogue going on right here, like this just started yesterday. Where did this dialogue start? Where did this idea come from? And how long ago was that?
Well, actually, the conversation started last fall, and the P3 proposal was included in the mayor's budget that he released to you on April 20th.
So the proposal that we're discussing right here and the expenditure of these funds is a result of the mayor's budget proposal.
Yes.
So it didn't come out of initiate in a committee process via a motion of the city council.
That's right.
Okay. Now,
I know.
can you remind us again, how much are we spending? 630,000 or so we're committing to this analysis and these reports. And one of my colleagues just expressed a bit of outrage that that's a lot of money. Well, yeah, 630,000 is a lot of money. $6 million is a lot of money. $60 million is a lot of money. $6 billion is a lot of money. So, but those are all the range of figures that we use in the city of Los Angeles on any given year. So let's put this into the proper perspective, rather than just read about it in the papers tomorrow when the papers get it wrong. Let's put this into the proper perspective. Why would we even consider going forward with spending $630,000 to analyze the mayor's idea?
Well, at this point, I think there are a couple of reasons. First of all, as you know, and as we're going to get into, we are in a very difficult budgetary time. I understand $630,000 is a lot of money. However, if there's an opportunity to get the $80 million or some figure close to that through a parking structure partnership, you won't be able to make that decision until you have that analysis. Now, our revenues are down, our reserve fund is down. You may find that this is one of your only options this year to get money into the city. And we want to make sure that you have that opportunity or that option if you need to raise it. If you decide not to proceed with the public-private partnership, as was indicated, the operational manuals of the garages would be used by DOT to improve the operations, improve the revenue production, improve the maintenance, etc. So it's useful whether we do this in-house or whether we end up doing a public-private partnership on the garages.
Now, thank you for putting it into that perspective, because if you just say, well, geez Louise, spending $630,000 to analyze 10 parking lots, that's ridiculous. Well, if you put it in that context, it does sound pretty darn ridiculous. But you put it in a context where potentially those parking lots could end up with a contract where the city of Los Angeles could be signing a contract with a private development firm, or parking company, for potentially, for us to get an $80 million check, correct?
Potentially, yes.
So what if we end up doing something like this, and we end up signing a deal for 72 million, or 80 million, or 88 million? Then all of a sudden, $630,000 sounds like an appropriate perspective for us to get the proper understanding as to whether or not we should be even signing a contract of 72 million, 80 million, or 88 million. Because if we're off by 10%, and the real number is 80 million, and we're in our ignorance, we are willing to sign a contract for 72 million, then really by not spending $630,000 and going into a contract ignorantly or with some ignorance, we could actually be losing out on $8 million if we're 10% off on our estimates, correct?
Correct.
And with all due respect, I'm sure we have competent staff within the city that's on payroll on a given day, week, month basis that could actually help us figure out whether or not certain broad parameters make sense. But when it gets down to the finer details of things, that's where expertise, experience, and contracting out actually makes sense. Does it or does it not?
It does.
It does. It does why? Because we're looking at such a big potential, or it just makes sense because we're lazy in the city, and once we get down to details, we just don't like to get into details, or why does it make sense?
Well, it makes sense because what you're talking about here is taking a city asset on a long-term basis and getting money from someone to operate that asset. And it's important, as you indicated, to know what is that asset really worth. Now, we're not talking about operating garages. We're not talking about accounting for revenue. We're not talking about anything the DOT is doing. We're talking about someone with the expertise to be able to say to the city, if you enter into this long-term lease, you should expect to be getting X amount of money. And I think that that analysis is vital for you to be able to make the decision on whether or not you want to proceed.
Thank you for helping with that. And also, there's a couple of references made to the city attorney's office. I'm glad that the new city attorney, Mr. Tutanich, is looking at paring down, expenditures and trying to do as much as possible in-house. But I don't think the verdict is out yet. I don't think high fives are in order that overall the city attorney's office is going to be able to do everything in-house. Thank you.
All right, there's no further speakers in the queue. So with that, we will open the roll, close the roll, then tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 3 noes.
Next item.
Item 79, call special for cards.
I believe Mr. Walsh is out of time for today. Am I correct? He has 1 minute left. Mr. Walsh, you have 1 minute left.
HollywoodHighlands.org, new post tomorrow. The city attorney's, Mr. Tutanich, is doing an excellent job. I wish I could say that for his deputy here. Maybe you could tell us his name. It would be nice if we had the name of the deputy attorney that insults me all the time. But you don't have to do it. My great-grand-uncle was in the camps. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
All right, no speakers in the queue. Would you please open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 81, called special for cards, and by Councilmember Labange, and there is an amending motion that has been circulated.
All right, Mr. Labange, would you like the cards to go first? All right, why don't I call Mr. Goldsmith, Dale Goldsmith, William Delvac. Is Mr. Delvac present? Okay.
Good afternoon, honorable council members. My name is Dale Goldsmith. I'm a partner with the law firm of Armbruster Goldsmith and Delvac. We're here representing BRE Properties, which owns the site at Wilshire and La Brea and is seeking to do a mixed-use development that will provide a lot of construction jobs and new homes for people in the area. We're here to respectfully request that you, instead of providing general comments on the nomination to the state, is that you would instead oppose the nomination. We believe you should do so in order to uphold the integrity of the city planning process. The city planning department prepared a comprehensive EIR based on extensive expert studies that concluded that the building is not historically significant. Your city planning commission just last month unanimously upheld that conclusion. However, the Los Angeles Conservancy has disagreed with that conclusion, and rather than work through the city process is seeking an end run around the city process to the state. We believe that this is a local issue that should be locally decided, and therefore that this council should amend the report to oppose the nomination rather than providing general comments. Thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Delvac.
Honorable members of the council, William Delvac on behalf of the property owner. As some of you may know, I have a 25-year career in historic preservation law, and I had the privilege of writing, along with others, the California Register bill that brings this nomination before you. There are two very important things in that legislation which are important to you here today. The first is the entire process is intended to take into meaningful consideration the city's comments, and therefore we would urge you to take into consideration the importance of your decision today. Secondly, as with the National Register upon which the California Register is based, buildings that are less than 50 years old are subjected to a higher standard of scrutiny. Under the California Register, unless scholarly evidence demonstrates the importance of the building, it is not eligible for the California Register. In this case, if this building were designated, it would be the single newest building on the California Register. We believe that there is virtually no chance that the State Commission would designate this building. However, if it does, the city should be on record in opposition to that. This is a local issue. It should not be decided in Sacramento. All important land use issues come before this council. There is no reason to send this to Sacramento without objection. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dave Powers.
I have no comments, but I am available for questions.
Mike Bueller.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Mike Bueller on behalf of the Los Angeles Conservancy. The Conservancy nominated the Columbia Savings Building for historic designation in good faith, based on our strong conviction that the building is an exceptional example of post-war bank architecture in Los Angeles. We are pleased that the Cultural Heritage Commission, the city's designated panel of experts for evaluating potential historic resources, agrees with our assessment in many respects. After a lengthy public hearing with testimony from experts on both sides, the Commission concluded that the Columbia Savings Building is not only important as an example of post-war bank design, but also for its exceptional integrated art components. The resolution crafted by the Cultural Heritage Commission, issuing general comments on the nomination, reflects their independent and carefully considered judgment as to whether Columbia Savings meets eligibility criteria under the State Register. No new information has been presented to justify changing the Commission's findings. It's especially important to note that under state certified local government requirements, the only issue before you is whether the building meets the criteria for historic designation, and not whether the city supports the proposed demolition project. On that issue, the city's designated panel of experts has spoken. Accordingly, we urge you to adopt the resolution crafted by the Cultural Heritage Commission. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Koretz.
Madam President, I'd just like to announce that the Audits and Governmental Efficiency Committee will meet 10 minutes after the council meeting is adjourned.
Thank you very much. Mr. Labange, you're on the queue.
Thank you very much, members. I think if I could have it straight from the public speaker who spoke, he'd like to see this made a monument. That's correct. I appreciate your passion on that. Members, this is the corner of Wilshire and La Brea. One day, there will be a subway station there. There's a process that we've been going through for several years. My chief of staff, Renee Weitzer, has been working with the community on developing what is now a deemed to be approved 472 unit or thereabouts apartment complex. I will have to share all of the burdens of all of us that we all share on trying to develop housing where appropriate. Housing is appropriate on a subway location stop in the future. What this motion does, which the substitute, which has been circulated, and if the clerk would want to read it, it does articulate our position that this should not be a monument. Our Cultural Heritage Commission did, if I don't want to speak for them, but Mr. Bernstein's here. I know on my time, you want to say anything, Mr. Bernstein? Where's the, what happened to my paperwork?
Just very briefly, Ken Bernstein with the Office of Historic Resources here on behalf of the Cultural Heritage Commission. The Commission has the ability to initiate the city's comments on California register nominations such as this and forward that recommendation onto the Council. In this case, the Commission, after considerable deliberation, provided general comments on the nomination. They are substantive comments that are neither a full support or a full opposition to the proposed California register designation at the state level. The Council has the ability to review the Commission's recommendation and forward on to the Mayor a final resolution that can change the Commission's recommendations if the Council so chooses.
I understand that. But you understand the issue of the Council and looking at the future for housing, future for transit. We all do support preservation, but it's difficult when you go through a process and you get to the third corner of the track, and you're almost at the golden site. You brought community together. They made, and once it was a very high-story building, they made concessions to try to work with the community. So I could not support, I like to support preservation, but in the long-term interest of the Miracle Mile and the Wilshire, La Brea area, I think it's fitting here. So I'm asked that the substitute motion, which has been circulated, be approved with all due respect to preservationists and the Conservancy and the Los Angeles Cultural Heritage Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Bernstein, thank you. This matter is now before us. Open the roll.
An old bank.
Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well. Mr. Labange, what was that? Mr. Labange, did you have another comment?
Say it again?
Did you have another comment?
No, I said thank you.
Oh, I thought you said something else.
I thought I said forthwith.
Oh, forthwith. Okay. Forthwith. Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Item 82, called special for cards.
82, John Walsh. Matt Dowd. 82, Matt Dowd. John Walsh, not here. Second call, gone. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Matter passes. Next item, please.
Item 88, called special for cards.
Mr. John Walsh, not here. And Donna Pearman in the San Fernando Valley. Let's go to the San Fernando Valley. San Fernando Valley. Call in the San Fernando Valley. Public speaker. Donna Pearman there? Nobody's there in the valley. Okay. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 91 was being held on the desk, and there is now a request to receive and file that matter.
Without objection, receive and file. 91. 91 received and file. Next item, please.
Item 92 was being held on the desk for an amending motion, and that has now been circulated.
On 92, anyone wish to speak on that matter? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Forthwith on 92. Next item, please.
101, called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
101. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to make a point in history here, this is to declare September 15, 2009 as the Lesbian, Gay, Bi, Transgender Center Awards Day in the City of Los Angeles. The Los Angeles Gay and Lesbian Center provides a broad array of services for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community. Its clinics and on-site pharmacy offer free and low-cost health and mental health HIV/AIDS medical care and HIV/STD testing and prevention. The center also offers legal, social, cultural, and educational services with unique programs for seniors, families, and youth, including a 24-bed transitional living program for homeless youth. This was founded in 1971 as part of the Gay and Lesbian Rights Act, and it was put together by the activist Morris Kite, and is one of the largest lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender organizations in the world, and continues to be a strong leader and partner with the GLBT organizations across the globe. It is often claimed to be one of the oldest organizations worldwide, but that spot was taken by a group in the Netherlands, founded in 1946. In 1998, they named their library after one of their benefactors, actress Judith Light. The current CEO is Laura Jean. So if we could just approve that resolution, it'd be great. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Clerk?
What item is before you?
Item, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That matter passes. Next item, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Cardenas requests to be excused Tuesday, September 8th for city business. That meets council policy.
Mr. Cardenas is excused without objection.
Councilmember Labange requests to be excused September 11th and 23rd for city business. That meets council policy.
Without objection.
Councilmember Koretz requests to be excused October 16th and December 11th to leave at 2 p.m. for city business. That meets council policy.
Without objection.
Councilmember Garcetti requests to be excused September 23rd to leave at 12:30 for city business. That meets council policy.
That is without objection.
And Councilmember Zine requests to be excused Friday, September 25th to leave at 11 a.m. for city business. That meets council policy.
That is with objection.
That would clear the desk.
All right, members, Mr. Cardenas.
Announcement on committee. Information Technology, General Services, Government Affairs Committee, not Government Affairs, but is scheduled to meet today at 2. It's past the 2 o'clock hour, so we will convene 10 minutes after the adjournment of council. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alarcon, do you have any announcements?
Same for the Jobs and Business Development Committee meeting, which is supposed to convene at 2 o'clock. We'll start as soon as we can, 5 to 10 minutes after adjournment.
All right, any other announcements? Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to really give our thoughts and prayers for, better weather to all our firefighters who are out there on the lines, have been out there, 24 hours at a time, fighting the fires that look like maybe they are getting under containment. But I just really want to thank our firefighters, certainly in the county, and in the city. I even know last Thursday there was a fire in the Rolling Hills, Rancho Palos Verdes area that called upon LA City firefighters. I think there was 40. There was 2 strike teams. I think there was 4 engine companies, a battalion company that went to fight that fire. I mean, that's what really it's all about. Wherever these fires are, we know that firefighters in uniform, no matter where they come from, are willing to go out and put their lives on the line. So I just really wanted all of us to think about them, think about their families. I know I've been praying for rain. Hopefully that will come in and give them a big boost in what they're doing.
Any other announcements?
Yes.
Mr. Labange?
It's nice to see all of you, and it was a nice break where I had a chance to spend time, as most of us did, with our family. And today is the first day of September, and we're going to celebrate our city's birthday coming up here on the 4th, which will be 229 years since 44 people walked 9 miles from the Mission San Gabriel to found the Pueblo, Los Angeles. Nice to be back and see all of you.
Mr. Alarcon.
Madam President, I apologize to my colleague, but I think it's important that we say the correct message. Containment is not expected until at least September 15th, so we're a long way away from containment. And I don't want to, I don't want the people to get the wrong message out there.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Zine now wanted to ask permission to start with adjourning motions today.
Thank you, Madam President. I have sadness in reporting death of the 2 Los Angeles County firefighters. First is Fire Captain Ted Hall. Captain Ted Hall, 47 years of age, killed in the line of duty on Sunday, August 30th during a station fire when his emergency response vehicle went over the side and fell 800 feet into a steep canyon during fire suppression activities protecting Camp 16 in the city of Palmdale. He joined the Los Angeles County Fire Department April 22, 1981 as a student worker. Like many young students seeking a career in fire service, he supported the department's mission in his capacity before being accepted into the department's fire academy in 1983. Graduated with fellow classmates in the 64th recruit class on September 10, 1983. Upon graduation, he joined the crew at Fire Station 122 in serving the city of Lakewood. March 1984, transferred to Fire Station 28 in the city of Whittier. October 1985, joined the crew of Fire Station 43 in the city of La Puente. In December 87, he joined the department's command and control team and fire dispatch until November 1988, when he was promoted to the rank of firefighter specialist. He served as an engineer for 12 years in a number of locations, including fire stations 149, 165, and 90, and also at Camp 2 in La Cañada, Flintridge, and at Camp 11 in Acton. In January 2001, he was promoted to fire captain, served in Fire Station 73, 11, and 33. His last assignment was Camp 16 in Palmdale, where he was assigned in May 2001. Survived by his wife, Catherine, son, Randall, 21, Stephen, 20, and parents, Roland Ray and Don Marie Hall. May he rest in peace, Captain Ted Hall, LA County Fire Department. And tragically, during that same incident, firefighter specialist Arnie Quinones passed away. Los Angeles County Fire Department, 34 years of age, killed in line of duty on Sunday, August 30th, during the station fire when his emergency response vehicle went over the side, fell 800 feet into a deep canyon during fire suppression activities protecting Camp 16 in the city of Palmdale. Joined the County Fire Department August 6, 1998 as a member of the department's Call Firefighter Program. He was assigned to Fire Station 84 and Battalion 11 until November 2000, when he accepted into the department's Fire Academy as a member of the 104th recruitment class. Upon graduation in February 2001, became a firefighter assigned to Station 24 in Palmdale. August 2001, he transferred to Fire Station 153 in the city of Covina. March 2002, returned to Fire Station 24 and served there until November 2003, when he transferred to Station 82 in La Cañada, Flintridge. In December 2005, promoted to firefighter specialist and joined the camp crew at Camp 16, where his last assigned. Survived by his wife, Teresa, who is expecting their first child in the next several weeks, and his mother, Sonia. May he rest in peace. Firefighter Arnie Quinones. All members, please.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Zine. That will be all members. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. It's been a month and a lot of things have happened. First, I just want to acknowledge for all of us Eunice Kennedy Shriver, Bobby and Maria's mother. I had the pleasure of knowing her over the years, and then, of course, the tragic end also of her brother, Ted Kennedy. Ironically for me, Teddy hired me in Bobby's campaign in 1968, knew him through all those years, and frankly, the Kennedys were part of the inspiration that literally brings me to this horseshoe today. Service and give back and make the world a better place was always the mantra of the Kennedys. I had that pleasure with Bobby to know him and to be with him, and his tragic ending, which is going to result now in that ambassador location to be schools for kids, 4,500 kids. I was there with Paul Schrade the other day and looking at what really happened. But God bless the Kennedys and their entire family, and may they all rest in peace, especially the last two that just joined their brothers and sisters. I also would like to acknowledge Ann Wexler. Ann Wexler passed away just the other day, not too long ago. in August. Ann Wexler was born in New York on February 10th, 1930. She graduated from Skidmore College in Saratoga Springs, New York, later married her first husband, Dr. Richard Wexler, and settling in Westport, Connecticut. Ann began her rise in politics by joining her local PTA and zoning board. This led her to managing local campaigns and participated in Eugene McCarthy's 1968 presidential campaign. In 1970, when Joseph P. Duffy, who would later become her husband, ran unsuccessfully for the U.S. Senate in Connecticut, Ann recruited three bright young talents to work on the campaign: Bill Clinton, Hillary Rodham Clinton, and John Kerry. By 1978, she carved out an important role in the Carter White House and used her skills at compromise and negotiations to win support on Capitol Hill for the administration's agenda. She was a good friend of mine, and frankly, she told the president, I was looking for a job and I got a White House appointment to the State Department, but it was Ann Wexler directly reporting to the president that played a role in that. I knew the president, of course, but she delivered it. In 1981, Ann founded Wexler & Associates with two other Carter White House veterans, which would eventually become one of Washington's first bipartisan lobbying firms. During the Clinton administration, Ann was a key lobbyist and strategist for the passage of the North American Free Trade Agreement. Her work on behalf of the Australian-United States Free Trade Agreement in 2004 won her a top award from the Australian government. Ann died of cancer on Friday, August 7th, at her home in Washington at the age of 79. Ann is survived by her second husband, Joseph P. Duffy, two sons from her first marriage, two stepsons, and a brother and four grandchildren. May she rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Labange?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zion, for our great county firefighters. And Mr. Rosendahl, thank you for Ted Kennedy. I know we adjourned for Eunice earlier on that issue, but the important thing I think about the Kennedys, and Edward Kennedy, the second longest serving senator, how he was so very special. The weekend, and as 55-year-old, and some of us are 55-year-old around, remember the 4 dark days of history when John F. Kennedy died. Remember standing in the street with my brothers in our neighborhood when we learned at 11 o'clock at night that Bobby Kennedy died in 1968, and then this passing of Ted Kennedy, which was so courageous. And I thought of you, Ms. Hahn, and others who were there in Denver to hear him make that great speech. I thought of Ted Kennedy, what really, from a political standpoint, when he stood up that Barack Obama should be the next president, really gave great credibility to a candidate who was just a new face on the American scene. I think of Ted Kennedy in reviewing all the issues as a legislator and how he worked with people, and it was phenomenal. I had my children watch with me the variety of programs that expressed the importance of this man and that family and what it meant to this country for all people. And to see the faces of history, of our history of this past 50 years right there was so important. So I think all of us should second Ted Kennedy's and ask that the wonderful city clerk's office prepare the proper document so each and every signature of a member of council could send that to their family. I just think he was truly one of the great human beings. I had a chance to meet him, not like you, Billy, but certainly to meet Ted Kennedy was a phenomenal experience for me some years ago. Members, I ask that we adjourn in memory of a great fellow who lived to be 92. He was a friend of John Ferraro's. He was a great member of the Los Angeles-Berlin Sister City Committee. Ernst Herman lived to be 92. He died in his home after a little battle of illness. He was a wonderful friend of Los Angeles and a wonderful friend of Germany. He helped support Berlin and all the mayors of West Berlin to come and stay at his home when they visited Los Angeles during their sister city stays. He also was very close to the late great director Billy Wilder, who rented a space for him in the building he and his brother owned. Ernst lived to be 92, and he was a gentleman, and I loved him, and I say rest in peace, Ernst. Dankeschön.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Koretz, did you have an adjourning motion?
Yes, well, first, ditto to what was said about Ted Kennedy, who was also a hero of mine, and I put in a lot of work on his 1980 presidential campaign. And very sad to see his passing. The one I have here today is for Ernestino Durazo. the mother of Maria Elena Durazo, who, of course, is the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the LA County Federation of Labor. Ernestina came to the United States in 1942. She raised 11 children while working in the fields and canneries of California and was a lifelong and devoted leader in the Catholic Church. Just 3 years ago, she lost her husband of 62 years, and she is survived by 9 sons and daughters, 22 grandchildren, 17 great-grandchildren, and she will be missed by many. And I'd like to ask all members, please.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Koretz. Ms. Hahn, do you have an adjourning motion?
Thank you. I also just wanted to add my words about the passing of Senator Ted Kennedy. And I, like you, spent the weekend watching the service, the motorcade going by the Capitol, and his staff wishing him a final farewell. And several things that were said were so poignant. One was that he was the lion of the Senate, but he was really the cub of the Kennedy family. I mean, he really was the baby of the family who ended up having a mantle that he probably did not want nor really appreciated getting. But I appreciated the stories of the kids that said he became the surrogate father to all of Bobby's children, as well as to Caroline and John Jr. And hearing Robert Kennedy Jr. say, Ted Kennedy never missed any of their birthdays, called each and every one of them on their birthday to wish them well, took them on trips in the summer, were there for their weddings, their birthdays, and then became a surrogate grandparent to their children. So besides being a full-time public servant, he certainly was carrying on the mantle of being the patriarch of that family. But I also liked when someone, I can't remember even who was saying it, but it was, if you have ever worked and received the minimum wage, if you've ever been in a wheelchair, if you've ever attended public school, if you ever took time off to take care of a sick loved one, if you were an African American that voted in the last 45 years, if you remember when you were 18 and you were allowed to vote, if you were a woman who participated in college sports, or if you ever received equal pay for equal work, you have Ted Kennedy to thank. Because it was his legislation that affected those and so many others. But I thought that was a really poignant way to say how much what he did really impacted so many millions of Americans. And it does re-inspire us, I think, to remember why we chose to go into public service and the difference we can make. So rest in peace, Ted Kennedy. It was his legacy, really, to live long enough that his brothers did not get to. It was his legacy to live long enough to actually affect tremendous change in how Americans live their daily lives. I'd also like us to adjourn in the memory of Mary Henry, who passed away on August 14th. She was 82. Mary was a civil rights activist who helped create the National Head Start program and cultivated the rise of the Martin Luther King Jr. Medical Center. She worked very closely with my father. They were very good friends in achieving some of those rights for the community of Watts. It was her lifelong passion to provide quality education and social services to the poor. She served on President Johnson's War on Poverty Task Force that led to the Head Start program. She also served 3 terms with the Compton Unified School District, where she worked to tackle drug and gang problems. She was well known for her work as director of the Avalon Carver Community Center in South Los Angeles. She was a tireless force in the development of King Drew and was certainly devastated at its failure over the last few years and its ultimate closure. She earned many distinctions in her lifetime and was honored by Presidents Kennedy, Johnson, and Carter. She's survived by 3 of her 4 sons, Louis, Craig, and Paul, as well as her brother Raymond, her sisters Joan and Geraldine. She had 5 grandchildren, and she will be dearly missed, but she is another one who spent her life trying to make people's lives better in her community. Mary Henry, rest in peace. We appreciated your life.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. It's with great sadness I announce the passing of Tina Gallardo. She passed away Thursday, August 13th. She was born in 1929, and she passed away surrounded by her loving family and friends. Her services were held on Friday, August 21st at St. Pius V Catholic Church in Buena Park, and she's survived by her daughters Alex Rooker and Rose Fox, son-in-law Paul Fox, granddaughter Raquel Rooker, grandsons Jacob and Jordan Fox, and great-grandson Isaac J. Vargas. For those of you who have been touched by Tina Gallardo, it was probably through her daughter, Alex Rooker, who's been very, very involved in many of activities throughout the state of California and campaigns and with unions throughout the state of California. So with that, and Ms. Hahn seconds, thank you. And we announce the passing of Tina Gallardo. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon, did you have an adjourning motion?
Yes, members, I'm very sad to announce and ask for adjourning motions for two very personal friends. First of all, Isaac Avila is 49 years old. Many people knew him as one of the key lead singers for Tierra, the band Tierra, which is a very prominent local band that had a couple of #1 hits. But I think some of you might remember that he sang at my wedding. He also sang at my father's funeral. Isaac was 49 years old. He passed away at Holy Cross Hospital after suffering a stroke, surrounded by his loved ones. He worked all day Thursday as a landscaper for the Los Angeles Unified School District, and if you remember, Thursday was about 105 degrees or something, and he went from work to perform with Tierra and was disoriented and had to leave the stage, and around midnight he had a major stroke. And so on Sunday he passed. He had an incredible voice, a unique voice. Tony and I were talking. Tony actually remembers him when he was 10 years old. He was well known in the local community because he simply had the best voice in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. That's why Tierra hired him, and I distinctly remember him singing the Ave Maria at my father's funeral, and it was hard to imagine that he would sing the Ave Maria, perhaps on the same night that he might be singing Together Baby with Tierra, but he had an incredible array of vocal talent. He also was a lead guitarist and had his own band, Isaac Avila and the Pirates. In fact, one of my staff members is the co-lead singer in that band, and I know she is very saddened by his passing. She was just learning from him. She's about 20 years old, or about 24 years old, and just was looking to get more mentorship from him. There are a lot of people like Isaac who work day in and day out with a real job. He was a landscaper for the LA Unified, and then then they have this incredible talent, and that was his way of giving. I met Isaac about a year before I ran for office in 1992. And he told me when I decided to run that he would always have my support, and he was always there when I asked. Just a month ago, we saw him perform at a comedy night at the Odyssey, and he sounded just as great as he always did. He is survived by his wife Rachel, 5 daughters, and 2 stepdaughters, and all I can say is that I know that God's choir is a little better for our loss.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. One more? Okay.
Also, Tony and I have also been working on a project that has to do with the Martial Arts Museum and different levels. For many years, a friend of mine has been working on this project. His father is Joe Gonzalez, 87 years old, passed away from natural causes at home, surrounded by family. Lived across the street from my best friend for, 40 years, and so I knew him very well. Born on October 29th, 1921 in Guadalajara, Mexico. He and his family came to the United States when he was 2 years old. He attended schools in Los Angeles. He was from the LA area, attended Manual Arts High School. After high school, he was drafted in the United States Army, serving in World War II. He received an honorable discharge when his first wife passed away. They had one son, Joe Jr., and when he returned from the service, he became a baker for the Hostess Cake Company in Los Angeles, where he worked for over 40 years. In 1951, he married Julia Vargas, and they had two sons, Richard and Michael. In the 1960s, Joe, along with his son Richard, became involved with the East Valley YMCA, seeing the need to get Latino children involved because he began a division of the YMCA for Latinos of the Sun Valley and North Hollywood area. I actually remember that group organizing. Joe began with the Indian Guides, but his greatest accomplishment was the founding of the junior high YMCA group called the Stingrays. The Stingrays participated in sporting events, established food and clothing drives for the needy of the community, served Thanksgiving meals to the community. The Y often awarded Joe Leader of the Year for his dedication and accomplishments with the youth of the San Fernando Valley. In his later years, he was involved in a variety of Christian outreach projects, including Victory Outreach. He produced a variety of gospel theatrical plays for young children at numerous Foursquare churches in the Sun Valley area. He enjoyed spending time hiking at Yosemite, Mammoth Lake, and Kings Canyon. He played the ukulele, which I didn't even know, for the Japanese Community Center, and loved going to see the Los Angeles Dodgers whenever they were in town. He was always interested in local politics and volunteering for campaigns, usually mine, and it was probably due to his being a direct descendant of three California governors, Dario Arguello, Agustin Zamorano, and General Jose Maria Flores, and I'll bet you even Tom LaBonge has never heard of these people. Joe was a great husband, father, Dodger fan, community member, and will be truly missed. He was a very gentle soul, a very kind man, very dedicated to the community, and very supportive of his son's efforts to establish the first ever martial arts museum, which was established. And, I wish his family well. He and his wife were personal friends of my father. They lived in the same neighborhood, and we will be attending the services when we get more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcon. And to Ms. Hahn, I wanted to add my name to Mary Henry and also to make a suggestion. Mrs. Henry was a generation of women with Mrs. Mobley and Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Tillman, and I had the joy of going to her homegoing celebration, and it was filled with not two, not three, but four generations of people whose depth of commitment to South Los Angeles is something that is very difficult to describe. You just have to be a part of it and witness it for yourself. And not only that, they were women who were way ahead of their times and having their own voice and leading a community in the direction that they believe it should be led. And some of her sisters are still living, and I think it would mean a great deal to her memory and to her family if maybe we had all members sign on to it, because even if you didn't know her, she touched your life in some way, even if you never met her. You know, we all have met Mrs. Mobley. She has been here in chambers with Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Tillman before, so I think that they've made their mark on Los Angeles history, and I think they deserve that recognition. The one other thing that I wanted to do is just to adjourn in memory of a man that many of you probably didn't know, but he was my colleague on the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and his name was Roy Wilson. He was a supervisor in Riverside County's 4th Supervisorial District, first elected in 1994 and elected to a 4th term in 2006. He passed at the age of 74 years old, and his district was large, stretching from Palm Springs to the Salton Sea to the California-Arizona border, if you can imagine. Before becoming supervisor, Dr. Wilson spent more than 33 years as an administrator and a professor at the Cal State University Stanislaus and College of the Desert for 27 years. And he served for more than 20 years in municipal government as a planning commissioner, a city council member in Palm Desert, and he served 4 terms as that city's mayor. His other service includes 22 years as a South Coast Air Quality Management District Governing Board member and 24 years on the Riverside County Transportation Commission, plus 14 years on the Mojave Desert Air Quality Management District. This man was truly a committed public servant in the pursuit of air quality. He was also active in professional journalism. Teaching was his specialty and his joy. He was the author of McGraw-Hill's Mass Media, Mass Culture, and Introduction. He will have a memorial service Wednesday, September the 2nd, at 11 a.m., and a reception following thereafter. And in lieu of flowers, the family requests that donations be made to the Roy and Patricia Wilson Scholarship Foundation at College of the Desert. I just wanted to remember him because I sat with him on the board, and he was just always a wonderfully polite and thoughtful member, and he will be missed. Thank you. And Mr. Zine, you've got one more.
This is on behalf of the 2nd District. Marcia Guzman asked this adjourning motion be brought forward for Luz Maria Perez, passed away Saturday, August 29th from a heart attack, born March 1939. Will be remembered by her 7 brothers, her 1 sister, Maria Guzman, 6 children, many grandchildren, also the great aunt to many, including Marcia Guzman, who works the 2nd Council District. Her husband, Mariano Quintero, passed away several years before her. She grew up in Ciudad Hidalgo, Mexico, where she and her sister helped take care of the family before she moved to the States. She was a strong woman who provided for many. As an adult, she spent many years working as a sobador, and growing and providing natural medicine to help people feel better. She will be missed by all her family and friends. May she rest in peace. Luz Maria Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. And I'm going to, you got another? Okay. We're going to go back to Mr. Alarcon, and I'd also like to ask all members to sign on to Supervisor Wilson's reso. Thank you. All right,
It would be
Mr.
my pleasure.
Alarcon.
I actually served with Mr. Wilson on the Air Quality Management District Board as well, and your description was excellent. Very kind man, very fair, and very honest. He challenged the city of Los Angeles to do a better job, and I actually appreciated that. I neglected one more adjourning motion. This is of John E. Martinez. He was 77. He passed away in Van Nuys after battling pancreatic cancer. He was surrounded by his family. He was born on October 27, 1931 in Clovis, New Mexico. He was a migrant worker throughout the southwestern states until 1965, when due to an injury, it forced him to retire from his work and settle down in the San Fernando Valley, where he created a whole new opportunity for himself. John worked in the motion picture industry at Technicolor Laboratories for over 30 years. In fact, his son and grandson have followed him in the trade, and they're doing very well. He was an avid member of the Grupo Guadalupano at St. Elizabeth Catholic Church in Van Nuys. He is survived by his wife of 63 years, Evangelina, 3 sons, John Jr., Victor, and Louis, 4 daughters, Cassandra, Antoinette, Grace, and Maricela, 19 grandchildren, and many great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren. He enjoyed spending time with his family and will truly be missed. He is related to my wife, and I've had the pleasure of meeting him. He was a very fun elderly man who liked to party all the way to the end. His rosary is Thursday, August 20th. In Van Nuys, and the funeral mass was celebrated August 21st. He's survived by his wife, Evangelina, his sons, as I mentioned, the daughters, and he will be sorely missed by a huge family.
Thank you. And that marks the end of our